states illegally. Look, evidence. He's smuggling packages across the border. They're presents for children. It's Christmas. This thing has no registration. Call in the tow truck. What the hell did he do to these deer? The psycho glued a light bulb to his nose. You don't understand. Shut the door. You can't do this. Ah!
Nice disguise, Cartel Santa.
Ow, that's real, you pricks! Let's go. You can't deport me! I have delivery! You can't do this! I'm a sovereign citizen! I have the right to travel!
End of the line, jolly old illegal! Time to go back where you came from!
Oh, holy spirit of Christmas! I'm alive! Woo! No, get off me! No!
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta Jardula, Jay Scott, and Kelley Lane. Season finale, a very merry Shabbat Shalom Christmas. A real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. Welcome everyone to the Homeless Left. It is holiday time, so Shabbat Shalom. We got to make sure we say that. Got to appease our donors and our advertisers. Shabbat Shalom 1,000 times. We don't care if it's Friday night or any day of the week. We're just going to say it because, we want to stay in line. So, and Merry Christmas and all that stuff too. So, yeah, guys, we're calling this our season finale because, we go into the break time. We're not going to do a show on Christmas. So, this is it. We're just going to load it all up and give it to you guys today on this festive day during the holidays here. And make sure you get your menorahs ready because that's how we do it here. You got to put Israel first before anything. And that's just how we got to do it, guys, or we will be canceled and we won't have a show anymore. So I forgot my menorah. So if you guys have extra ones, have those ready just next to you so we can kind of feel off that energy and just kind of keep the energy going in the right direction. Like I said, we don't want to upset our advertisers or our donor class. So that's what we're doing today. And you know what, guys, it is an unsettling time for some. It is the holidays. And I mean, obviously you saw what happened to Santa there in the opening. That was unfortunate. But with all of this crazy, you got our own president, doing these hateful tweets. It's really horrible. We saw, just for an example, you saw how he responded to Rob Reiner the other day. And you're just thinking, man, it's the holiday time, right? And it's like, how much better would it be if you had a president who just knew how to bring people together and, kind of just in that holiday spirit? It would be nice if we had that. And, you start to get sentimental thinking about, the last time we had that. I mean, wouldn't it be awesome if we had like somebody right now that could just put out a tweet that just kind of connected people, bring people together, like the last guy did. Biden, he did that all the time during holidays, like this tweet. We are intent on not letting Omicron disrupt work and school for the vaccinated. You've done the right thing, and we will get through this. For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourself, your families, and the hospitals. You may soon overwhelm. That's what I'm talking about, right? Which kind of brings everyone together, not pitting people against each other, especially at such a sensitive time. So, those were the days we had respectful people in office that just knew how important this job was. And of course, you guys know I'm being facetious during this because the point is, our office of president of the United States has never been a position of prestige and something that we look up to. If you ever thought that in any time in your life, at the current president, it was only at a time where you were being fooled by the theater behind it. The only difference between this president right now is that he's extra loud, extra vocal, and he does do mean tweets. But that's not the thing we should be thinking about. We should be looking at policy. That's everything. Policy actually affects us. So we're just going to kind of say the hell with tweets. It's not really a thing. We can look at it to kind of gauge what's happening. But as far as being affected, we'll never be as affected by actual policy. And when you look at policy, all of the presidents align on the same neocon, neolib agenda, war mongering policy to continue American imperialism, to keep this capitalist model alive, and the petrodollar forcibly working as the world currency. That's what the game is, and it doesn't matter who's in office. So let's look more on policy, especially right now at the wintertime. Don't let these words dictate how we treat ourselves and how we treat each other, especially right now. So Shabbat Shalom, everyone. And let's get in to the first story. We'll get this out of the way for now. And I should tell you who's coming up. You guys just tuning in. We're going to have Craig Pasta coming in soon. We got Jay Scott and we got Kelley Lane. So we're going to be having some great discussions throughout the day. And we're going to be, looking at a lot of this chaos going on right now with the Epstein files. We're going to look at the Venezuela situation. We got a lot going on there. It's definitely amplified just in the last 48 hours on both of those issues. We have to look at the TPUSA propaganda machine that is, highly influential in the Christian conservative arena. And there's been a lot of action there as well. So we're going to look at that. And Dave Chappelle's comedy show, that's something we're going to be dissecting as well. Very important, some stuff that happened in there and some stuff that didn't happen in there. Also, I'll give it away now. Tucker Carlson wins Antisemite of the Year. So congratulations to him. We'll look at how that went down because we thought kind of an upset occurred. We thought Miss Rachel was going to win it. She did not. So we're going to look at how that went down. And of course, Lindsey Graham, he is threatening war on like everyone. So that's always fun. So we'll look at some of that as well. Okay. With that said, this is our season finale. It's a very merry Shabbat Shalom Christmas episode. Let's get into our first story. You guys know that we love to start off our Tuesday show with a little, what we call it, a real fake news update. Let's do it. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We know that there has been a major escalation recently since the Bondi Beach mass shooting and other false flag operations that have been conducted over the last several weeks and months. But now more than ever, we know that new laws, new rules, new punishments are being implemented, new captures all around the globe, especially here in the States. And we're seeing a lot of this unfold as far as what groups like Stop Antisemitism is doing, groups like we know what the ADL is up to, and of course AIPAC, all of these different institutions looking for new ways. We even have a new czar in place that Trump has assigned, an actual czar for stopping anti-Semitism. So this has become a major problem. What is the problem? Well, we know what the problem is. The problem is silencing voices of people that are just either conducting free speech, which is a right, or even worse, people who are actually protesting against genocide and the capture of all of our institutions by this foreign entity that we're not allowed to say they've captured, but yet they're allowed to manipulate from the top positions and these top-down policies that will basically consume all of us and affect all of us. And we are looking at major problems moving into 2026. So what is the job of the media? Well, we know that the mainstream media is captured by these institutions, so they cannot report on these stories honestly. Well, what about at the local level? Let's look at the local level, because we would hope that some of these local outlets here in LA, we have outlets like KCAL 9, we have local ABC 7, we have these outlets that we just would hope sometimes they can go off on their own, have their own opinions about these things. But unfortunately, don't hold your breath on it. They're just as in line with the Zionist top-down agenda as anybody else above them. And that's just how it is. And we can look no further than right here in LA to see how they cover something like this. What we had happen here in Brentwood, that's the LA area, the more rich side near Beverly Hills. We know that is a very Zionist infested area. Well, something really tragic occurred right here in the LA community. And well, we'll just let KCAL 9 tell us what actually went down. Okay, here we go, guys. Hold on to your seats for this one. LA resident reports that hate speech on neighborhood streets says city has done nothing. Oh my gosh, that's not good. So there's hate speech turning up on public streets in the neighborhood and no one's doing anything about it. That's got to be awful. Okay, well, let's see a little further. Well, apparently a resident in LA in the Brentwood neighborhood is sounding the alarm over what they describe as hate speech being sprayed, painted on streets and sidewalks. The resident reached out to KTLA on Sunday morning and shared photos of the vandalism which took place along San Vicente Boulevard between Montana Avenue and Bundy Drive. One of the messages, which appeared to have been sprayed painted by someone who used a stencil, reads, Zionism is evil. Thou shalt not steal Gaza. Oh my God, this sounds really horrible. I would hate to have been the person to discover this. This is really, really bad. Okay, well, let's go further here. Another stenciled message refers to Hind Rahim Iyad Rajab. Now, this is the young girl, and good for KTLA for pointing this out, who along with members of her family was allegedly killed by Israeli forces during the war in Gaza. The phrase 335 Israeli bullets, that's 335 Israeli bullets, likely has to do with reports that 335 bullet holes were found in the car in which the young girl and her family were killed, shot by the IDF. They left that part out. We don't get to see that part, but you guys know we've covered that. There's a film that has made the rounds, won a bunch of awards, the Venice Film Festival, about this tragedy of this young girl who was literally shot 335 times. But yeah, they're not going to tell you those details in this article. Now, according to the resident, she and other community members have brought the matter and attention to local officials with no avail. In fact, she says that she and the others have taken upon themselves to go out and do something about this horrible, horrible crime of hate speech. Well, let's see. We make reports and the city doesn't remove it, the resident said. No one is doing anything about it. We have contacted LA Councilwoman Tracy Parks' office and nothing's been done. This is not the first time. We've had to clean everything up ourselves, she added. Well, KTLA has reached out to Parks' office for comment on Sunday, but the response was not received right away. However, KTLA published the story, and then another viewer reached out and said, well, she and her clergy were able to contact Parks' office, and according to the viewer, the councilwoman and others, they all got together and they went out and they cleaned up the horrible, hateful graffiti that was, I guess, aimed at, I don't know, a state that's conducting a genocide and killing innocent children. Yeah, we have to do something about that. So they did. And the viewer that lives in Brentwood, like I said, right on the Beverly Hills border. This is a very Zionist populated part of LA. Probably the biggest populated part in the entire West Coast is this area. So they shared a photo appearing to show Park spray painting the street and covering. So they had to spray paint on top of the spray paint because we don't want residents to see anything like IDF crimes being protested against in their neighborhood. That would be hurtful and hateful, and nobody wants to be the receiving end of that. Well, I met her there, and we walked the streets to make sure we got it all. Well, good. That's great activism there, guys. You really did it for the people, right? We thought we did. The viewer said she was so disgusted by the graffiti that she wasn't waiting for street maintenance to get there. Oh, poor Pete. Oh my God. And here's a shot. Here they are doing it. Look at that. They're cleaning it up. What I mean, to have to walk by that corner there in rich ass Brentwood and have to see any sign that people have a problem with murdering children with our taxpayer money in an occupied area in an open air prison, and innocent little girls getting 335 bullets lodged into them. We want nothing to do with that type of hate speech. Well, good job reporting all this. Do you guys want to look at the actual thing that got submitted to KTLA? Here it is. Holy crap. Now that's crazy, because the first thing on top of there was not mentioned at all. That's a quote from Rajab. That's a quote. I'm so scared, please come. That's the last word she said before she was murdered. And she was sitting in her car and with dead bodies of her relatives. Little girl, little 7, 8-year-old girl, dead bodies around her of her family, her mother, her dad, her siblings. Says to 911, please come. I'm so scared, please come. And then she was murdered. 335 bullets. So this type of what they're calling hate speech is actually representative of the voice of the people being murdered and genocided with our taxpayer dollars. So this is how our local news likes to report this crap. That's not the only one, guys. We got another story right out of LA. We better get somebody in check, because you know what? We got to make an example. And the next person we had to see make an example of just happened over the weekend, guys. Check this one out. Rams Pukanaku apologizes for making offensive gesture on live stream. What are we talking about? What offensive gesture? Well, let's let ABC7 is going to tell us what happened, and then we're going to try. I want to get to the bottom of this, because this looks like he must have done something absolutely horrible if they made him apologize. Let's see how they reported it on the sports the sports rundown of right after the Rams game. I'm sure they're going to tell us what actually happened. Here we go.
On the driver's seat for the NFC. On top of the NFC, the Rams drop from first now to 6. Last week is a week Puka Nacua would like to forget. He was fined $25,000 ruling for his comments he made about referees on a live stream. On the same live stream, he said concussions aren't real, and he apologized before the Thursday night game after making anti-Semitic gestures on the live stream.
Wait, what? He made anti-Semitic gestures on a stream? So I'm trying to piece this together. So they charged him $25,000 for making a comment on a live. So this is nothing to do with LA Rams. This is just a stream he's on, and they fined him for saying something about the refs. Okay, and then he said something anti-Semitic. Okay, well, you're going to tell us this on your sports wrap up. I'm sure we're going to get an idea of what it was. Continue. I'm interested now. I want to know what did he do?
What advice would you give Puka Nacua?
My advice to him is keep going, keep growing. He's a young man that now is a big time star, and everything he says, Rob, is magnified. And so from my perspective, it's so important that he just understands that. He learns his lessons. I spent time around Puka.
Wait. Learn your lesson from what? You just said he did something anti-Semitic, and then you said my advice is just to stay positive and learn your lessons. What lesson can he learn if you're not even educating us on the thing he did wrong? What if we go on a podcast and we do that? What can't you educate us? What actually happened? Or you're just going to tell him to keep your head up?
Anybody that knows him knows he's an incredible young man. Just keep going, man. Keep growing. You'll be all right.
All right. He's such a nice guy. Keep it positive.
Keep it positive. That's nice. Okay. Well, thanks for the great breakdown of what actually happened. LA Times gives us a little more here. So the Rams were preparing for their game against Seattle. They lost. And apparently this is where they started to, I mean, I guess they announced that he did this anti-Semitic gesture that had nothing to do with the Rams or the game or anything. He was in I'm working mode. He was on his off time. So the post that he had to do on Instagram, which I guess, you have no choice. You got to apologize. He does the apology just like as instructed. And what the Times is saying that he was out of earshot. So there were live streamers discussing whether he would be getting in trouble if he did a move that references what they're calling an offensive stereotype about Jewish people. So one of the podcasters hosts, Ross, is Jewish, but he often performs in the move and teaches others how to do this on his live stream. I'm still confused on so he's on a podcast with a Jewish podcast host, and they have him do a gesture, and now that is considered anti-Semitic. I'm still trying to understand this. So the continuing rise of anti-Semitism must be addressed across the world. This is from the NFL, and they're saying the NFL will continue to stand with our partners in this fight. Hatred has no place in our sport or society. Again, why is the LA Times skipping over what was actually the harm that was done? The NFL had to release this statement. You have Eric Swalwell, this asshole, comes forward criticizing him, saying it was especially insensitive in light of the attack in Sydney that killed 15 people at a Hanukkah celebration. So how dare you get on a podcast and do a gesture because 15 people in Australia were murdered? How dare you? So, of course, the LA Jewish community is on edge after the Bondi Beach massacre. Swalwell wrote on X, he promises an anti-Semitic touchdown dance. And I guess that's what it led to. He was going to do a dance after a touchdown, which obviously he didn't do. And he's being told to apologize. And this is the apology he puts out. When I appeared on the other day on social media live stream, it was suggested to me to perform a specific movement as part of my next touchdown celebration. At the time, I had no idea this act was anti-Semitic in nature and perpetuated harmful stereotypes against Jewish people. I'm sorry I did the thing I didn't know. I had to be told that I was anti-Semitic. I didn't know I was anti-Semitic. After being told I'm anti-Semitic, I apologize for my anti-Semitism. I didn't know. Now I know. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you, sir. Can I have another? I deeply apologize to anyone who was offended by my actions, which were clearly hateful actions, even though I didn't know that. I do not stand of any form of racism, bigotry, hate of other group of people. And then you get your stamp of approval, stand up to Jewish hate right at the bottom of the post. And that's that. But yeah, stay positive, man. Stay positive. So we wanted to get a real sense of what happened in this. If you want a real sense of what happened in this, got to get back to that one. Okay. If you want a real sense of what happened in this, you got to actually go to an outside source that's not mainstream media or local media in order to get any sort of clarity of what actually happened. Again, we can't get this from actual news networks. And if you tell us, well, it's not really their job on a sports show to be telling us the details of something like this, really? Well, then I guess it's not their job to be telling us about this at all. Just tell us the score of the game, who's moving on in the playoffs and who's not. Maybe that's what you should leave it at. But no, you have to pick and choose what is concerning to sports commentators. It's very concerning, right? You got to be concerned about, he's a young kid. Hopefully he doesn't get out of line again, but now he's back in line. Well, this is what actually happened. We grabbed a clip from somebody actually covering this story and could show us what he actually did. Here it is.
All started on Tuesday when Puka joined a live stream with controversial streamers Aiden Ross and Neon. Aiden, who's Jewish but has a history of edgy content, suggested a new touchdown celebration for Puka. The dance involves spinning the ball, flexing, and then rubbing hands together while looking at the camera.
Throw the ball, spin it, flex, then look and go like this. All right? Yes! Yes!
So the guy on the left is the Jewish podcast host, and he's having him do this thing, and they're all laughing about it. Well, who is this against? What is the hate? What is the hate? What is it? Are we about to see? I think we're about to see it. We're about to see the little cartoon. If you guys haven't seen it, it's going to be popping up on the screen here in a second.
Just like a bow, yes, just like this. All right, so do it all one.
Yo.
Spin it. Flex.
Dude!
Yes!
camera. In the camera.
We got you do it.
Whoa. That's easy.
Oh, that's
All right, so let's do it together. Ready? Spin, flex. Oh my God! You promised.
He locked it. I promise. I got you.
Fans of Aiden call this his iconic Jewish dance, but it's widely recognized as an anti-Semitic stereotype portraying Jewish people as greedy or money-obsessed. It's tied to old harmful tropes.
Oh, there it is. There it is. And it clearly means greedy or money obsessed, which if you identify as greedy and money obsessed, I guess you might be offended by that. That is if you identify with that. If you don't identify with greedy and money obsessed, I'm kind of not understanding where the offensiveness is in this if you're not actually those things. But anyway, this is where you're going to finally get that reference, which is absolutely insane. And it's clear that he was instructed to do that apology. Obviously, if you don't do the apology, you're done. You're out. So those are top-down instructions. Let's see if you had anything else to say here.
Like the happy merchant meme. Anyways, Puka went along with it, practiced the move on stream, and even promised he'd do it if he scored in the upcoming game. He seemed very excited, saying it'd be fun for the streamers. The clip went viral almost immediately, and the backlash poured in. Critics called it insensitive, especially with the rising anti-Semitism globally. Some even referenced recent attacks. And politicians like Eric Swalwell slammed it hard on X, saying Puka should apologize or face consequences.
Face the consequences. You apologize or you face the consequences. And that's all there is to it. And that's it. So another example of get in line, make it right so we can keep you part of the club. And that's it. And everyone involved in the media part of this is also to blame because they also have top-down instructions and have to report on this horrible incident, this really tragic thing that happened. But the kid's young and he's going to do well. And just stay positive, kid. And that should do it for what we call Real Fake News Update, not brought to you by Pfizer. All right. Moving on, guys. Here we go. It's time to bring in our co-host right now. Let's get ready for our next segment. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula. Boom. Up, Mike.
Sorry about that. I'm literally trying to look right now for you to see how many points. I got to move a little bit this way. Puka scoring, right? Like, I think by far, I want to make sure of this, that he is by far like the number one fantasy football player, period, right? Like, he is easily number one. Well, let me see. All right. Yes. Points wise. So at the beginning of the year, for all those people who know, Jamar Chase was like the number one pick. Like, I had the number one pick in one league. I picked Jamar Chase. Puka was like the end of the first round, beginning of the second round. He was a highly touted player, but he's been by far the number one player in the NFL in points this year. So when you're talking about this guy, you're talking about the number one scorer in the NFL. Now, I got to say this much. It's a bunch of BS what they're all talking about. And by the way, I hope you like my tie. You inspired my tie. I
Nice.
was in the lounge. I saw you wearing a tie. I went running to my closet to go get a tie.
Did you see
so
this?
hopefully
This is the my Shabbat Shalom hat for the day. So, yeah.
You're going to have to apologize for that comment. I have someone's hat somewhere, but I'll put on a green construction bucket hat. But I mean, I really do think that this whole thing is a BS. But I will. Did Puka ask what it was all about, the whole celebration, or did they just kind of tell him he's like, I'll go with it? He just thought it was some live streamers having fun.
I think it was some live streamers having fun.
Did they know what it was, you think, when they were doing that?
If he knew that it was something that maybe some people would be upset about, I don't think he knew the extent of how much something like that could be weaponized against him. He'd not experienced that. He's young. He doesn't know that that's something that can be used against you at such a harsh level. So I'm sure maybe part of him knew it might. That's why they're kind of laughing a little, like, ha ha ha. He just thought it was going to be an innocent thing. It was not a big deal. But I'm sure he's now been, Did
the streamers know?
Of course, because the streamers they're they're in the business of shock and having fun. Also, to be of note is
who was that guy, by the way? I've seen him before.
His name is Ross something. He's actually Jewish, so he's doing.
Didn't
this
he fight one of the Island Boys or something like that in a ring, or is that somebody different? I mean, I've seen him around, that dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was one of the guys who fight one of the Island Boys, but I think he's all in those clans, those young kids who would just make a ton of money online, thousands of clicks and millions of views for I don't know why.
Yeah,
it shows you how dumb. But I do wish Puka would make better choices. He should have asked, like, what is that all about? Like, I think this is a good learning lesson for him now because he has to walk on eggshells, and obviously he doesn't want to piss people off at the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure he didn't know what it was and he was just going along. But I hope this guy makes better choices down the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, in other words, just don't go on people just because they're famous and whatnot, because they're going to exploit you anyways. And I mean, what is the benefit of him going on that stream anyways? You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need
You're number one scorer in the NFL. Stay away from these jerk offs, Puka, because they're going to do you wrong, man. And you're such a great guy, and you're an outstanding player. USC Trojan, fucking from the islands. I mean, I don't know. I wish he would get himself in trouble the right way. Like, saying free Palestine.
Yeah. But he's learned his lesson now. He knows how the mechanism works above him. He knows how this is what you have now. You have to put this apology out. You got to get the stamp of approval. And when you really look at it, it's like, what is it? They're not even being clear. Like we're showing the reporting. They're not showing you what is the thing. And like, you have to go to this obscure off the grid podcast to even get the reference of this merchant character who I know even people like Anna Kasparian has been, dragged through the dirt on that. And she I didn't know that. Me personally, I didn't know that this thing even existed. I was like, oh, is that a thing? Okay. So the fact that mainstream outlets and local news can't even explain what the problem is. And we've seen this time and time again, Craig. We saw this with Kyrie Irving. We saw TNT, inside the NBA TNT gang. We saw them shut down in the middle of a halftime segment and say, we need to take a moment and talk about Kyrie Irving and anti-Semitism. And it was like, it's weird. I mean, you guys can go back and watch it. It's very strange how Charles and Jack, and they're all sitting there with their faces just like, and you're like, do they know what they're upset? I don't think they knew what they were upset about. They were told, you have to condemn Kyrie Irving because he shared a link to an Amazon purchase of a book that was available on Jeff Bezos' website. Jeff Bezos doesn't get called out for having the book. Kyrie Irving just shared the link, and then he took the link down.
What book was it?
They won't. We did some research on it. We found out it was an interpretation. It was an African interpretation of a different viewpoint of what of the roots of Judaism and the roots. So that's what it was. They won't tell you that when they tell you Kyrie Irving did a bad thing. So that's the giveaway is
wasn't that book. I'm not sure. It was kind of like, I don't know if you've seen videos or books on the Israelites, the way they're black, and they claim that the Jewish people that are there now they just took the religion to use it for their own, it's made up. It's not like part of the Israelites. They're not the tribe. I thought maybe it was one of those books, and he was kind of explaining that. I don't know. I mean, but yeah, I mean,
he didn't say a comment about it. He didn't say, he had no opinion. He was just sharing it out. And then he had to take it down. And I think the real tell is when you have a sports, like this is what this story reminded me of that. Cause like you're a halftime of a game, an NBA game, and you have to all kind of sit there and you can see how they're all on a leash, all of them. The fact that you have the Barkley and Shaq, they're usually all jovial and at each other. But in this moment, we just have to take a moment. And we're like,
let me say this much, Matt. Let me say this much. Just to set the record straight, too, so people understand. Kyrie had been saying before free Palestine, and he's been echoing that stuff. I don't know if he said free Palestine, but he's talked about what was going on. He was upset at what's happening in Palestine. Yeah. I think it was clear about that. So this kind of was on the coattails of that. So maybe that's why they had the opinions they had, because they knew right away where Kyrie stood. And Charles Barkley said some great stuff before, like stuff on air, like on that show where it's like, these Democrats and Republicans, they got us fighting each other and we need to stop. Like he said good stuff like that. But yes, when it comes to this issue, the guys who sign the check and write the check, you know what I'm saying? They get in line and they all, I mean, nothing as bad as when it comes to Kyrie Stephen A. Smith against Kyrie about the vaccine, you know.
But that was also
Yeah.
around the same time. So he already had that
It was
label.
close around the same time too.
What I'm saying is
Yeah.
that when you have a room of sports guys that generally like to debate each other and have different opinions, you see something like this happen, and all of a sudden they have the same opinion. Why? Because it's not their opinion. They were told to have that opinion.
Yeah.
And there's a very big difference. And you guys that watch these shows, you should notice when that happens. It's very weird. And we talk about it in politics. We say when both sides of the aisle agree on something, that's when the red flag should go up. That's when something deceptive is going on, right? Where you have them agreeing. Why is everyone agreeing on this? And they're not even making it clear what they're agreeing on. It's very vague. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. All right, yeah, we can all see this clearly. It's like, no, it's not clear. You've been vague the whole time. You haven't even told us what the thing is. So I'm just saying, like, look out for that, because this is probably not the last time this is going to happen.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's get into. Man, there's so much going on, man. There's so much going on.
By the way, congratulations to you on that awesome spot on RT, that nice long panel. You've been killing it out there, bro. You've been my Christmas present this year. Watching you grow and watching you get bigger out there, dude, going on Garland on a regular basis. It's awesome, man. And I'm very happy and proud of you at the same time. And as always, it's always fun to come on your show and do this with you here at the Homeless Left. And, I can't wait for next year. That's all I'm going to say. It's like, I think that these last couple of years have been really challenging, health issues, life issues. I still want to send some love and some thoughts and prayers and good, happy thoughts, I guess. I mean, I'm, once again, I'm not a big, prayer, but please send some good thoughts out there to my friend Shanda Masta, who's fighting for her life. I love you, Shanda. And we're all fighting with you and hoping that you get better. But yeah, I aside from all the negative stuff that's been in our wake, I'm excited to look forward and keep fighting against the machine. I do have to say this much, though, Matt, and I'm sharing this with you now, is that I am very disappointed in a lot of the people on the populist right with their stances right now and what's going on this Venezuela situation and their attitude towards immigration, and I'm upset with some people on the left too, as well, who have been like anti-immigration as well. When all the stuff that happens, when we see this behavior, and this is more of the same, right? We've been doing this for quite some time. I saw a video of Hugo Chavez talking about a long time ago, several almost 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, talking about America will never accept us. They will never give us our sovereignty. They will always try to control us. And this didn't change with Donald Trump. This just got more intensified. And it's disgusting and it's racist. And I'm glad to see there are some people out there, though, who are calling it out, but very disappointed in the masses as of a whole, how they're treating this whole thing and the way they look at immigrants. It's very sad.
It's very sad. And you
very sad.
We would hope this was a learning moment, but it's looking like it's the opposite. It's kind of a mind F going on here with everyone. It doesn't, we're an upside down, bizarro world in every way, shape, or form. But let's get into Venezuela, where we are at right now. And you're right, I did have an opportunity to go on RT and discuss this from the U.S. point of view. It was an excellent discussion. We'll play a clip of that in a little bit here, but I just want to, just so the viewers are up to date on what's happening here. There have been at least now 3 different sieges of different oil tankers, and they all get more bizarre, each one of them. This is this is China reacting to the second one. And this is important because this is not just affecting Venezuela, it's affecting the countries that they're doing business with. Because guess what? You have a right to do business with other countries with your resources and minerals and the things you have in your country. We should know that firsthand. We do the same. So here's how China is responding. Wait, wrong. Put that one up a second. Here, this is it. China says that U.S. seizure of ships is a serious violation of international law. And you can't really get around that. So the foreign ministry in China is saying that the U.S. seizure of another country's ships was a serious violation of international law after the U.S. intercepted a China-bound oil tanker off the Venezuelan coast. So again, we're not just affecting Venezuela, it's who they're going to. And we know that the first tanker that was intercepted was on its way to Cuba. And we saw, Max Blumenthal declared at that moment, that is an act of war. You're keeping supplies, food, medicine from people in another country and you're causing death. They're dying from this. That's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. You are murdering people by taking their supplies and then seizing them and then taking them for yourself.
Especially a country like Cuba, too, where, you know, I've seen the gas lines when they're really, really bad. And it's not just about oil for cars. It's about keeping, you know, grandma warm and everything, and electricity for kids to read. So it's more to it than just, you know, just filling up the gas tank. We in America, we have this imperialistic kind of view about it because we always have so much of it at our disposal. But this is really, it is an act of war when they did that. And this is, I'm glad that China's stepping up, at least verbally, but I don't know what's going to happen because you saw what I sent you and what Trump said about it.
Yeah. I think we got a raid. Here we are.
We got a raid? Oh!
Raid the stream. It's weird. I'm not seeing the number count. I think something's off on Rumble, but if you guys are here, I'm assuming you're here. I think that, yeah, there's a little weird number. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Dissidents, all you DD guys coming in here. What do we call them? Are they called
dissidents?
I'm saying if you're a do dissidents, yes. Oh, this is good. I like this one. The DD ship has docked. Thank you. Wish to go. And you guys are here.
We're talking about ships.
We are talking about ships. That was well said. Well timed there. Wish to go. So this is what's happening right now in Venezuela, and the reaction from China. And guys, if you're just stumbling on our channel for the first time, go ahead and give us the like, but the subscribe button is important too, because you'll get notified when we go live in the future as well. So we do appreciate all your support. Okay, continuing with the story, China is saying this is definitely, there's no question about it, this is international violation of law. And like we said, these seizures of these ships are affecting more than just Venezuela. It's affecting other countries like Cuba and China and beyond. So here's Trump doubling down on the oil and everything we're taking. And what are we going to do with it? A reporter asks him directly, what are we doing with this once we have it?
Venezuela, oil. What are we going to do with the oil that we have?
Going to do with what?
The oil that has been seized. The United States seized 1.9 million barrels of oil on December 10th.
We're going to keep it. We're keeping it.
Where's it going? Are we going to sell it or put it in the strategic?
Maybe we'll sell it. Maybe we'll keep it. Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also.
And we're keeping the ships. Wow. Yeah. Man. So I mean, from that point, there's more. There's more. Here's the third. Geez. Here's the third ship. This one gets really bizarre, and this is what I was talking on RT about yesterday. This is very bizarre. So the third tanker wasn't even headed out yet. It wasn't even filled, and so here's what we discovered: the U.S. Coast Guard was pursuing the third tanker on Sunday, and this is why this story is very bizarre. Is that the planned seizure of the tanker? So I'm not sure if they actually took it, but they had their eyes on it, and when they went towards it, it was flagged. So it was going to Panama. It was flagged and not filled with oil at the time because it was still going to Venezuela to load up. So very bizarre that we're just going around indiscriminately taking whatever we want at any point at any time. And like Trump just said, we're keeping everything. We're keeping.
Let's provide some clarity. By the way, welcome to the Due Dissidents people that are coming on over. I looked at the title of their stream. They didn't have anything mentioned on Venezuela, but I'm sure that Russ and Keaton probably mentioned and talked about this. These are sanctioned ships, right? It's not all Venezuelan ships that are leaving. They're sanctioned ships. So the U.S. has targeted certain ones. Now, if you try to read between the lines and you're saying, well, who are they targeted? We know for a fact a lot of the reasons why the United States is concentrating their efforts back in Latin America and a little bit more on Africa is because China has a big influence in these countries. And we want to stop that influence, right? What's going on in Honduras right now, we want to break Honduras away from China. We want to break Nicaragua away from China. We wanted to get Bolivia away from China. We were successful in getting back Bolivia. And I don't want to say we, the United States apparatus, and that's our government. They represent us, whether we like it or not. We have to take accountability for it. But it's very interesting, and I think we should try to find out who is on that sanction list and who they are trying to target. Why it was so intriguing and interesting, the part you did yesterday on RT, because you did it with a Chinese professor of sorts. I think he was a professor, right? Very interesting points. But as you were kind of alluding to and we were showing, Beijing is not going to be cool with this at all, right? And now Donald Trump has been bragging that he went to Xi Jinping. He got him to lift the ban on the rare earth minerals ban, right? That's gone. We needed that. We saw a lot of puffery, which is a good word for Donald Trump, when it came to Nicaragua, to Nigeria, to Honduras. These countries, when you talk about Nigeria, you're talking about rare earth minerals and oil. So we saw that kind of puffed up. Now with this happening and China is stepping up and going, wait a second, you're talking about a vessel that was coming to us. I think they might have already paid for that oil. That might have already been theirs and they possess it, Matt. This is going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because we're looking for false flags anywhere or any type of incident that can get us more involved with war. People don't know this, but Donald Trump just sent more weapons and money to Taiwan, right? Yeah. So now we got all that shit going on in Taiwan, and he's still sending money to Ukraine. 24 hours, Matt, I'll end the war. 24 hours. Did not do that. He's sending money to Taiwan. We have the issue going on now in the Caribbean with Venezuela. The Venezuelan Navy is the key now. They're starting to escort some of these tankers. What's going to happen? Are they going to fire back at American vessels, shoot a drone down, do something, and that's going to allow Donald Trump to get more involved and get that hot war he wants in Venezuela? Because people have to understand this. At the end of the day, this is a war between national sovereignty and globalism. And whether you like it or not, ladies and gentlemen out there, Trumpers, populist white people, Donald Trump is representing the globalist in this war versus the people who want their national sovereignty in Venezuela.
And not only is he representing the globalists, he might also be representing the Zionists. And we've had this discussion.
Well, they are the globalist.
They are the globalists.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
In this case, I know we like to talk about, well, America can do independent, what do you call imperialist, like diabolical deeds in different countries that don't have to do with Israel. But it's so weird, Craig, because it seems that every time we're looking at an independent, illegal activity of our military invading another country that's not to do with Israel and the Great Israel Project, it seems to always go back to Israel. Very weird. Here's Lindsey Graham reporting from Tel Aviv to tell us what we're doing with Venezuela. He's going to tell us, and this is an interesting moment. But he's telling us from the command center in Tel Aviv.
Another big conflict, Venezuela. This week, in a call with me, President Trump didn't rule out the possibility of a war with Venezuela. Overnight, we saw the United States intercept another oil tanker. President Trump promised to get America, as you know, out of foreign wars, not start new ones. Would he be going against that promise if he did, in fact, go to war with Venezuela?
Absolutely not. If you're an American and you want Maduro to stay in power, man, have you lost your way?
So I'm getting suspicious about that. I saw this clip before I went on RT, and I wasn't sure if we were going to get to that part of it. What's he doing in Tel Aviv telling us this? What's actually happening? Because he's actually pushing more war, more bombing of Iran, Lebanon. He's doing it all. And he's saying, let's sanction the hell out of China, too. Lindsey Graham wants everything, and he's doing it from Tel Aviv. Now, I was asked about this, or I was able to bring it up, and I was glad to be able to do that. I want to play this clip right now before you, Craig, I'm going to do this response to this that was able to do on RT yesterday. Yep, here we go.
Well, some great guests joining us now to talk through developments. We can speak to Vice Chairman of the Shanghai Center for RIMPAC and International Studies, Nelson Wong, in China, and also filmmaker and podcaster Matt Weinglass, talking to us from Los Angeles. Thank you both, gentlemen. Few Americans believe the entire Venezuelan situation is actually about drugs, the war on drugs, or even oil. What's your perspective on that and how people are seeing it?
Well, when we look at Lindsey Graham telling us it's time to start this war in Venezuela, it's time to expand more into other countries and do these blockades in other places as well. Where is he doing this speech from? He's telling us this from Tel Aviv. And I think that's the thing that we really need to look at. Who is he representing when he's broadcasting these words from this foreign nation that seems to have a stronghold on our entire Congress and our entire foreign policy. So what is it that Israel wants in Venezuela? That's what we're looking at. I see some people getting very suspicious about that because we know that Maduro has been, vocally against Israel's crimes against humanity in Palestine. And then before that, you had Chavez as well being against this. So ideally, Israel would want to get somebody like Maria Corina Machado in power so they could align more with Israel's agenda. And that's what I think a lot of people are starting to take notice of. And we can't really trust what Lindsey Graham is saying anyways, because he's been this war hawk his entire career. But yeah, something needs to be done to stop this policy he's trying to push. So that was a part that I was happy to get in there in the conversation. And there is backup to this. We know that there are people seeing this connection. We know that Marjorie Taylor Greene is telling us about some interesting facts about Venezuela, talking about being a predominantly Catholic country, very strong laws against abortion, with the exception of the life of the mother. Maduro has been critical of Israel, calling it a genocide in Gaza and against Zionism. Maduro's opposition, Maria Corina Machado. And make no mistake, this person is going to be implemented into that position. She's going to be switched out. So anybody out there who thinks that it's about democracy, restoring democracy in Venezuela, there's nothing democratic about a regime change, taking somebody out and putting someone else in. That's not going to be by election. That's just going to be instilling her. Why is that important to Israel? Because she's very strong supporter with Israel, and she can get that relationship back to where it was before Maduro and before Chavez. So there's a lot to be looked at here. And and then one more thing I'm just going to throw up before you respond here, Craig. This is from a publication in Israel itself. They're telling us that it was Chavez's rise to power when Venezuela had become one of the most hostile countries towards Israel. So that's from their vantage point. They're saying he was against Zionism, so we lost our relationship with them. And then his successor, that's Maduro, continued as they call it, anti-Israel line with even more intensity. So, and if you read further, you'll see that the idea is that Machado would allow Israel back into that relationship, into that power seat with that part of the country, which is very important because of all those resources. So it's still, obviously this is about oil, but this might be an even bigger reason. And it might be, like you said at the beginning, Craig, you're not as confident that anybody on the right is seeing this. I'm thinking if this is something we can connect the dots to, maybe the rest will start to make sense to them too, because people like Marjorie Taylor Greene calling this out might get a lot of these war hawks on the right to see something bigger is going on here. It's not just, we got to get Maduro out because he's a bad guy.
Well, you still also have to take in the factor that even though it is, about Israel, you still have those people on the populist right, like Matt Gaetz and, Roger Stone, who are, we thought were, whatever the case may be. For Matt Gaetz's case, he's obviously joined the anti-Zionist kind of group, right? The America First. However, he still provides cover for Donald Trump and excuses him for what he does. And he's all about right now Venezuelan, interference of sorts. And Marjorie Taylor Greene has said no, but most of the populist right, I still think that, they'll justify anything Donald Trump does, especially if he kind of frames them as communism, and immigrants. And unfortunately, that issue when it comes to immigration, that is like the number one thing for the populist right that they stand behind and they believe in. They believe if they fix immigration in this country, everything else will fall into place, where we know what immigration's all about, and that's way down the road. I don't know how it is. I don't want to speak for you, but I don't even look at it as a problem. I look at it as one of our strengths, the fact that we allow immigrants to come into this country and the majority of them to work. It's a beautiful story. It was a beautiful story when my ancestors came here, helped build this country. They were called WAPs, meaning without papers, but we allowed them to come in. America allowed us to come in and work and do that. And I think it's just a beautiful story. So it's very hard for me to understand why my ancestors and my family members, not my ancestors, but my family members now, current ones, are against immigration when they, had such a beautiful story in their lineage in this country themselves. But with that being said, the thing that's really driving me crazy right now is that you have all these gusanos. Now, I stopped using the word gusano. It was used by Fidel Castro at one point to describe the Cubans who had betrayed their country and sided with the empire. Gusano means worm. And I had stopped using that word because I wanted to try to build a bridge and have conversations about possibly building a bridge from the voter perspective, from the people perspective, with Cuba and the United States. But these people, and some of them I met, there's a couple of them I met out there, these gusanos, these United States empire, anti-Chavista, these are the people in South Florida, who lobby the government to get involved and help overturn Cuba and help overturn, Venezuela and Nicaragua. I started using the term gusano because they are justifying this narco-terrorism, fake made-up word, but more importantly, the actions that are taking place when we know that we're supposed to be all about due process. This is not, I think the best words to describe the situation, what came from Daniel McAdams, is they have this believe me, bro mentality. These are drug dealers, bro. That's not what we're all about, right? Yeah. When we say make America great again, to me, I thought that was a return to due process. That was the return to the Constitution, to the things that make us unique, where everybody has a chance to prove themselves, innocent. They are innocent until proven guilty, and they have the right to a public trial. That's out the window, right? But these gusanos are out there trying to deny that Maria Corina Machado, or we like to call her Maria Corona Face, whatever, Machado, is not a pro-Zionist. There's videos out there of her saying that once she gets back into power, she'll be loyal to the Zionist entity. Yeah. The Zionist entity has a lot of their fingers in Latin America. When people talk about Nayib Bukele being the best, he doesn't have as much sovereignty as you think he does. Yes, he's done a lot of things. He's participating in keeping the immigration flow coming to the United States down. He's been honored by CPAC, but he also has a lot of military contracts with the United States and Israel, right? Venezuela doesn't have that. They would like to get their hands back in there because here's the thing, too. It is about the oil, and where the West goes, Israel goes with it because they want those natural resources in that oil. They've been stealing oil from Syria for God knows how long. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump has been sending that oil. We found the oil. We kept the oil. How disgusting, too, by the way. Like this might is right shit. This is what you're all about, right? I mean, this is okay to do this, to steal oil from these other sovereign nations just because you say, and it's disgusting the way he also says, it's our resources that Venezuela has. But watching these gusanos out there, these anti-Maduro, anti-Chavistas Venezuelans out there talk about the elections being fraudulent when they can't explain how. They won't debate me on it, right? I want to debate them on their country's elections. They won't debate me on it. And now they are out there denying Maria Corina Machado's relationship to the Zionist entity when it's all over the place.
It's everywhere.
And these are the people that will tell you the sky is green, even though you walk out and you see that the sky is blue, Matt.
Oh, yeah. And we, this Nobel Peace Prize, that's another thing they get fooled by. They think that qualifies. And it's like, you got to remind them about Obama. These are the same people that were furious that Obama got it. So they don't see that this is a mechanism to qualify your war crimes by giving you the label of a Peace Prize winner. So we call it a war prize. So she's not only coronavirus Machado, we also call her Nobel War Prize winner. Maria Coronavirus Machado. And that's what it is. It's a war prize because it gives you a green light to literally say the thing out loud. And you're going to have a base there that goes, oh, this person is she would never do anything against the people. And everything she says is accurate. No, everything she says is a lie. 90%, she says 90% of Venezuelans want intervention. I had a chance to talk about that part on RT as well. And you guys don't want to go see the full segment, but I have some more clips. I don't want to get into them all right now, but I did have that opportunity to say no. He asked me if I felt any sympathy towards the fact that there might be something there with what we're losing in this deal. I said, no, we aren't losing anything. This is Venezuela's oil. There's no way you can steer it. It belongs to them. There's nothing we're losing. By the way, Chevron still has their contract. They're not affected by the blockade. People don't know that part. Chevron still gets to do they're completely immune to this blockade. So there's that. So we still have that. But aside from that, the people in Venezuela, and this needs to be made absolutely clear. I don't care if you hate Maduro and you're a Venezuelan and you're like, this guy sucks. I don't care if you have Maduro derangement syndrome, right? So that would be the equivalent. I don't care if you have that. You do not want the U.S. coming in and blowing everything up. You don't want that, as much as you might even hate the guy. So That's why they can give out guns to everybody. That's why everybody is armed. The civilians are armed. The militias are armed to defend their country. And that's what they're going to do. And there's no way around that. No, there's nothing she can say that'll change that. And that's what we're seeing now. So, hey, Craig, I appreciate what you're talking about, the election part of this. I have to say, like, I don't think that's going to be your experience in this. I just don't understand how that's going to be something that they're ever going to want to sit down and talk to you about, because that's the part that they don't have to talk about. They can talk about all these other things. And I think that you've tried everything. They won't even sit down with you. That's what you're saying. They won't even have this.
Well, a lot of them won't. Like I was at Freedom Fest, and I got to send a shout out to Martha Bueno, who's a libertarian. She's of Venezuelan descent, Cuban descent. I don't know which one. I think she's half Venezuelan, half Cuban, whatever. But, you know, her attitude, what she even said is like, hey, listen, I don't like the Chavistas at all either. But, you know, what America's trying to do, this is empire. And I think she has a lot of guts for saying that. And that girl's displayed guts before. So a big thumbs up to her. But a lot of the other people that were on that panel that I met in Freedom Fest a couple of years ago, let me just tell you the guy's name real quick. Martino or something, whatever his name is. Let me really quickly find. I'm so sorry.
No.
Oh, his name is Daniel. He's blocked me. Daniel D. Martino. No, he hasn't blocked me, but he's disabled the chats. I met Daniel D. Martino in Freedom Fest, and I said, well, listen, hey, man, because here's the thing. At the end of the day, they're going to always say that they're fraudulent elections. America spent a lot of times trying to win those elections, trying to overturn those elections, because they know everything starts and stops there. Yeah, they can deflect and talk about other things, but when you have elections, and in this country, a lot of people believe that Donald Trump had the election stolen to him, so you have a lot of people on the populist right who stand behind elections. So if you say they're fraudulent, you know what I'm saying, you kind of then blow up the fact that Nicolas Maduro is the chosen leader of the national sovereignty of the people of Venezuela, right? But if you say that, if you see that this election's a fair election, that kind of defends you somewhat. A lot of people say, no, let Venezuela take care of their own problems. They want this guy to be their leader. He's their leader. That's it. You know what I'm saying? So there is an element there to where they're always going to try to defraud of sorts or put the claim of fraud on the elections. And a lot of these people, these gusanos that we talk about, they will just throw out these vague fucking statements without even talking about it. You know what I'm saying? Or having a debate on it. So, yeah. And here's the thing, Matt. All the patriots, the people on the populist right who are into election integrity, if you were to sit there and say, which election system would you take, this election system in Venezuela or our election system, they would all say, we'll take the fucking Venezuelan system 1,000%. If they don't say that, then they're lying, because that's how their elections compared to our elections are so much more clean, transparent, crisp, accountable. I'm not saying they couldn't be cheated. There are areas, but I can explain to you how difficult it would be to cheat that election. And the evidence that the opposition brought forth was fugazi. It would have been thrown out. The tally sheets were not, you can't even see that they were properly coming from all the precincts. You know, they could have been doctored. It was stupid. So they can try to do what they want, but that was a legitimate election in my mind, and they deserve their national sovereignty.
They do.
And Nicolas Maduro deserves to be the president. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of opposition in Venezuela. There is, but they have to work that out amongst themselves. And the funny thing is, Matt, had the Americans just pulled back and allowed this stuff to happen naturally, you might see an opposition really come up through the ranks and beat the Chavistas. But that won't happen as long as America's involved, because the majority of the people, like you have reported before, they have principled beliefs that, hey, yeah, we might not like what's going on over here, but how is America allowed to come in and tell us what to do? Yeah. Chavez has been talking about this before he died a long time ago, and that's why the people stood by him.
Hey, they say an alien invasion is the real only thing that will bring everyone together. So we're the aliens in this analogy. So they're brought together, and they all have their guns and they're in the streets and they're ready to go. So there you go. That doesn't look like a dictator to me. This is a comment here. This is, if Maduro is bad, how come he's arming his citizens with weapons to protect themselves?
You talked about that.
There we go. I mean, that's something that needs to be pointed out. Maybe that's also a conversation starter you could have with some of the people here that think that they're trying to take away our guns here and all this stuff. We know the game. We know the drill. That dictators are associated with you take guns away versus if you distribute the guns, maybe everybody's on the same page in that regard. So there we go.
So the thing is too is like the way if you look at a topographic map of how it looks like in Venezuela, like it's going to be almost impossible to just like, wipe them out with an air attack or from sea attack. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand what's going on. I think Larry Johnson, I've said this before so many times, he said Venezuela is Spanish for Vietnam because, you're going to have to go in there at guerrilla warfare style, and they'll kill a lot of people if you try to go in there and take it over. Now, you could probably hit up the airport and really disable them and try to starve them out. Like a true blockade is what's going to happen. But, we'll see. We'll see how long this goes on for. But the thing, make no mistake about it. If this conflict still goes on, say if there's a blockade and it's going on through Trump's presidency and then a Democrat gets in, if it's Handsome Newsom, the Democrats will continue the policy of the Republicans. They've been on the same page the whole time. Like you've said, their attitude is like they want to use this to weaponize it against Donald Trump, right? But their attitude is like, this is inhumane. We have to find a better way to get rid of Maduro and the Chavistas. So don't think this is a Trump thing. This is an America empire thing.
Yeah, exactly. All right. I think we need to get to Epstein. Before we this is this one's hard to keep up on, but we're going to just call this segment the Epstein files unreleased or released. We don't know what it is. We're just trying to figure out what is okay. So we're just going to look at the last 48 hours here. So we had an official release. It was delayed. There was a deadline for the DOJ to do this. This is what everyone signed up for, right? The Trump vote said, yes, let's do this. Everyone voted yes. And then what did we get? We got the files, which were redacted, like 500 pages missing. That's what it looked like. And the only thing that you could see clearly was Bill Clinton being called out in some pictures. That's what that was. And this is what we saw. So the Guardian reported this. This was just
90%.
Yeah. 90%, which about I've seen reports of 500 pages were redacted. And the only files Trump's DOJ allowed was implicating Democrats and Bill Clinton. So clearly, and everybody called this out. They said that obviously in the delay, they couldn't even get it on the deadline. They had these couple extra days. They had to figure it out. We got to get all this stuff out of there. So we looked at that, and it seems like this is the game we've been seeing the whole time. Play the Dems and the Republicans on each other. And the Dems clearly are at this point where, like, yes, Trump's absolutely the one everyone's protecting. No one's talking about Israel. But here's how bad Trump was yesterday being asked about the Bill Clinton situation, and he's stumbling through this. Like, I don't think he rehearsed this one at all. And then we'll get to what happened today. So there's a lot here. But listen, this is Trump's reaction yesterday about what's going on here with Clinton.
Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full? What? And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they give.
Which bad Republicans are you talking about, Trump? Oh, we know who. The bad ones. The ones that are actually trying to fight for the victims. But okay. This is to me, it feels like a word salad. I know some people think he handled this well. I don't at all. Let's see how he goes here.
And there are photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers, and Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, and as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And
he's rambling here. This is just tangents of distraction tangents. He does this. It's not well rehearsed. That's my point. Again, some people think he did a good job maneuvering through this, but I don't. It's really bad. That's my take here.
Everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, you know, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others, and they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way.
There it is. Massey's a lowlife, right? There it is, 9%. Okay.
The great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know. They've got a couple of people in there that are very strange in terms of leadership. But Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has.
So there's your word salad. Craig, did anything coherent come out of that at all?
No. No. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's the same old bullshit. It's on another level. I just don't understand how a lot of his supporters can go along with this. You know what I'm saying? This is just like, this is one of the main things they wanted. Look, I think it's important more than anything. It's like, you know, there are people out there who want everything, right? Every email, every phone conversation, every text, give us everything unredacted and let us see what's going on. But the majority of things that the people want to see, right, are the names. Garland pointed this out when you were on with him. We want to know who the pedos are. Who are they? Stop protecting them. Stop hiding. We want to know who paid for the people that were trafficked, right? For the 242 victims, I think there are, that have been paid through civil lawsuits, and that's just a small chunk of them. Who were these people trafficked to? Who are the pedos? That's what we want to know. We're never going to get that. Trump is not just, you know, they're trying to make it. Watching Chuck Todd speak about this today, right, the way he was downplaying this thing too as well, is disgusting. And you pointed out, you know, Joe Biden was in office for the last 4 years. We didn't hear all the Democrats coming forth on this, but they can weaponize this and use this and play the team sports mentality. That's what's happening over here. And it's a shame that people are falling for it. Right now, all of us, the majority of us should, you know, we had Obama, right? You had Trump. We should know by now that these people are all working for the same people. They're protecting the same group of elites. They work together. It's professional wrestling. Enough is enough. These Epstein files, or lack of accountability from the people that Donald Trump said he was going to bring to the table. This is one of the big issues. This should tell you who he is. I mean, that was a bunch of, you know, what did Joe Biden used to say? Malarkey that was coming out of Donald Trump's mouth. And he was just rambling. You know, and then all of a sudden, no, Bill Clinton's a good guy now? You want to lock up his wife and him for so many years, and now all of a sudden he's a good guy? Yeah, because you're on their team. And how stupid do the libertarians feel, not mentioning any names, Angela, about supporting Donald Trump the way he's treating Thomas Massey, right? And I named the chair over there, right, because it was ridiculous, about the way he's treating Thomas Massey and how he's praising Lindsey Graham. You couldn't see this coming? Why don't you throw another fundraiser for him?
Yeah. Well,
so stupid. The libertarians that supported this guy, and the ones who were smart, not mention any name, Kyle Anzalone, way to go. Leave it to the Italians. Good for you. But this is just fucking disgusting what this guy's doing.
Yeah. There's more to this, I think, as of today. There is so what I'm seeing here, and let's just get people caught up on, there's been more leaks here. Whether intentional or not, we have more of the pages now. And as of today, and this is confirmed now, after the first batch, which we were showing the reaction to that it kind of confirmed that Bill Clinton is a pedophile based on, and we didn't show you all this stuff, but there's a bunch of crazy pictures and a bunch of weird stuff in there. You guys can go look it all up. But the second batch, and this is just today, there is absolutely confirmation now that Donald Trump is also being implicated here. They were trying to keep him from it, but he's certainly part of this now. And we're going to look a little bit at this, but this Power to the People is saying, congratulations, America. Both political parties that control our government have been led and are being led by pedophiles. I'm going to go further than power to the people. I'm going to go further than even what you were saying, Pasta. This goes beyond pedophilia. Let me explain. This is not just about grown men that are perverts doing perverted things with younger women. This is about a cult of power.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an intelligence operation above all of this. So when they keep trying to repackage what we're talking about being on an island with a girl who said she's 18, but she's really 17. Oh, we lower it a little bit more. Oh, they're 14, 15. Oh, but it was, you can't consent with minors, but no one really got hurt. You go a little lower than that. So this is how they're packaging. And I think we should go beyond calling them pedophiles. Pedophiles says, oh, then there's something wrong with you as an adult male, and you need to be prosecuted for having this problem that you acted on. It's way bigger than this. And I'm gonna explain, because here's what actually did come out today, and this is really bad. So the people are saying that when you do a search for Trump, you get 0 results. That was by design. Okay, that's how they programmed it. But they forgot that if you don't account for a space bar, if you search Trump with a space bar at the end, you get around 600 results. So that means the DOJ did a really bad job at blocking. We all knew they were blocking. This kind of proves they were in the business of blocking. But they were so, according to Steve Gaywood, they were so fucking old and stupid, they didn't block a search with spaces. So have fun while it lasts, everyone. This is I'm not going to zoom in on this, but you guys, this is on Twitter right now. You can find it. Trump comes up in all of these different findings, all of these. And what does that mean? Does that mean more pictures like Bill Clinton hanging out with underage girls in jacuzzis and all in bedrooms? Or does it mean something far more sinister? It might be worse. It might be worse. This is one of the ones that we discovered. And this one, you guys, this is a specific incident. There's a girl who reported this incident and said, Trump raped me with Epstein. This is we can see this now. And then something really bad happened to this girl. James Lee's going to tell us about it right here really quick. But they're going to have to deal with this. Trump's going to have to figure out a way to deal with this. And it's not just him. They're all part of this. So remember this, guys. This is not a unique issue with Trump. This is all of them. Here's James Lee.
The things that we have found in the Epstein files, but this right here might be the darkest. This is from a limo driver who had met Trump in the 1990s, and he alleges that Donald Trump raped a young girl along with Jeffrey Epstein. The victim was then encouraged to go to the police, to which she replied, quote, "I can't because they will kill me." The victim did eventually report it to the police, but she was found a while later with her, quote, head blown off. And the police officers on scene stated that there was no way it was a suicide, even though the coroner ruled it as such. Like, what the actual hell is going on here, and why are we not doing anything about it? Okay, we gotta let these guys know that this does not end until these gross, disgusting people, all go to jail.
And that's what he's talking about, is the reason we're not doing anything about it, Craig, is because we are still in this mindset of who got caught in a picture. The way Trump was babbling there a second ago, he's talking about, oh, I think it's bad that people are in pictures and it's going to ruin their lives, that they were seen in a selfie with a guy and there happened to be underage girls in the picture. This is far worse than that. And I think both sides are doing maneuvering to protect each other. And meanwhile, keeping all the people blaming Trump independently or blaming the Democrats independently, and not seeing that they're all protecting this monstrous cult that they're all part of, that goes well beyond just a guy with pedophilia. It's much, much worse. That's my take.
Well, that was something we talked about a long time. I talked about it a long time ago. Excuse me. I was so when me and Fiorella talked about this years ago. Yeah, this is for some people. This could be one of the biggest issues, because it says more than just pedophilia. This is about an elite group of people who run stuff, who don't have to be accountable to the rules and the laws that they make for the rest of us, that they can do whatever they want. This really tells you who the protected class is in the world, not just the United States. And that's what this is all about. And I don't know if Donald Trump's a pedophile, but he's sure going out of his way to protect them, a lot of them. But when you see stuff like that, it's hard to deny it at this point now. It's like, And he's not your friend. And we have to realize this. All of us have to come together and realize that this team sports shit is what's killing us. That's why I'm so critical of the people who played team sports, who got suckered by the Donald Trump shit. Apologize, admit you were wrong, and let's fucking move forward amicably with getting rid of this fucking ruling class it's the predator class that wants us all dead. They don't care. They're using your children as currency. Is that not enough? As currency.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we need to get more furious about this beyond party lines. But we'll see what happens next. This thing isn't stopping. We're not done with this story, guys. So we'll keep an eye on things on this one. Okay. Moving on. I think we're ready to let's go ahead and bring in our other co-host today, since it's our season finale, I thought, and it's a holiday show. It's our happy Hanukkah. Chris, you know what? I'm gonna put this back on right now. Where's
my Kwanzaa hat?
We're gonna bring Jay in. This is our Shabbat Shalom hat we like to have on for these holiday moments. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's do this. We'll do a story. We'll do one together. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Pasta, how y'all doing? You switching up the name now, Pasta? Kid Provolone. Where'd this come from,
geez. Indy from Indy News has been calling me Kid Provolone. Okay. So I put it up the other day to appease him, and then I came on the show today without changing it. I just realized that, like, when I first came on, I'm like, I'll just leave it. But that's the new nickname he's calling me. He's calling me Kid Provolone.
Okay.
We had this big argument, me and this guy T Snyder, who goes on AM Wake Up on Wednesdays, and the guy's really smart. He's awesome. He's got a great way of introducing conspiracy theories to people who haven't been involved. But we got into a fight one time about Provolone, and I was sit there defending Provolone, saying that when you have a good Italian cold cut combo, no other cheese will suffice. That Provolone is its own special cheese. Okay. So I guess they've dubbed me Kid Provolone since I've stuck up for Provolone really hard before in the past.
Interesting. You see, when I think of Italian food, I think of mozzarella as like that #1 Italian cheese. But you're right, with the deli meats and all that, there's a lot of provolone in there too. So
when you get the deli meats, you got that saltiness. You want that sharpness of that cheese, and nothing will substitute. I mean, mozzarella is great. Fresh mozzarella on a lot of sandwiches is great. But on an Italian cold cut combo, which is the #1 ranked sandwich no matter what for me, for those out there who don't know, it's ham, salami, spicy capicola for some of you out there. You got to have sharp Provolone. So that's so now I guess they've dubbed me Kid Provolone. I don't know, but I'm running with it for Indy's sake. I love Indy.
It might stick.
Who knows?
A little while.
Got to switch it up. I don't blame you. So, but
yes,
I'm doing it for Indy because I love him.
Yeah. No, good dude for sure. Hey, so here we are. Let's do this. I think we got to get into Russia. We got to do Russia. But I got to throw up some super chats here from Citizen Pendejo. Merry Christmas, Matt. And I didn't do it right. I always get Pendejo wrong. Okay, Citizen. Merry Christmas, Matt and Craig, and I'm sure he would have said Jay if you were in here when he wrote it.
I'm getting more nicknames.
Yes, pizza, Craig Pizza, JARDULA. By the way, Matt, after your brilliant RT intervention, you have to play Garland's on Moats. Now, I had not seen that one. We'll take a look, but Garland's doing the rounds too. We're all getting out there as much as we can. It was very cool. Thank you for that, Citizen. Much appreciated. And I did do this because I saw he had Citizen requested. Thanks for the follow-up. Looking forward to seeing the Nico false flag. We'll play that one later. That was a fun little sketch that Nico put together. And we're hoping to have Nico House on we're going to be doing I guess I'm announcing this for the first time because you guys don't know, but we've been planning behind the scenes a little top censored news of the year. So we're going to do that. We're going to do one more thing before New Year's, and that's going to be next week, I think a week from today. So we're putting that together. We're going to see if we get Nico on for a little bit, do a couple stories with us. So that'll be fun. And we'll check out the Garland one, but I haven't seen that one yet. But thanks for letting us know, Citizen. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. So,
I was going to say a lot of competition for top censored news of the year, man. You know, they've been trying to bury a lot of stories this year. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Dude, we're living in bizarro world right now. Everything is a distraction. If you ever watch the mainstream media, they're not talking about anything of significant, which brings me to my next thing real quick. And I know, Matt, you got some stories we're going to get into.
No, go for it.
But I just want to say this much. We have to be very aware of people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and whatnot, and anybody out there who's getting a lot of traction in the independent media, right? Because we're in a controlled situation. We don't understand. We don't see. There's no transparency how they lift voices and how they suppress voices. And you can definitely see that there's stuff going on to control the narrative. When you look at Twitter right now, all those gusanos I talked about, the anti-Chavista Venezuelans, their voices are getting elevated right now. We know that Elon Musk hates Venezuela. He talked a lot of shit on Venezuela during the election. He probably couldn't find a Venezuela on a map beforehand, but he jumped right into it. It was really weird the way he was jumping into it.
Oh, they got lithium. I think he knows Venezuela.
He knows they got a lot of stuff over there too, and a ton of fucking oil, right? Yeah. And he said, "Well, coup who we want to coup," and that was Bolivia. They sit on the lithium triangle, so he's been out there voicing his opinion. So yeah, but we have to be very careful and conscious and aware of those people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson who are getting a lot of play. I think that the ruling class and those who control the media, the narrative managers, right, the social engineers, they understand that the majority of people look at mainstream media and they see it's full of shit. They're just still holding on to a small amount, older people who really don't click on the YouTubes or the Rumbles or the Twitters or whatever else, the alternative out there. So they've concentrated their efforts right now on controlling the independent media. So we got to be very cautious of people like Candace and Tucker who are getting a lot of talk right now because they could be controlled too as well. And that could be a narrative management operation as well, because they might agree with you on certain things. I remember Steve Bannon, when it came to a lot of the things he was talking about on COVID, I thought he was great. But then he would start talking about this anti-China rhetoric and trying to blame the coronavirus on China and everything else on China. You got to be careful when they gain your trust. In other words, there's always truths. There's always truths in psyops. That's how they get you. They win your confidence. But be aware of where they're bringing you and what they're trying to tell you. And I think the ones we have to be the most suspicious about right now, the most careful of, are Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. I'm very, very weary about them because there's a lot of things I disagree with them on. But because they're both anti-communist, anti-socialist as can be. And that doesn't bother me as much when you're anti-communist, anti-socialist. But when you capitulate to the capitalist system, the status quo, and they both do that, they'll both say right up front that capitalism is better than communism, right? You got to be aware of that because they're going to push the status quo at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. And that's one of the things Matt and I spoke about on the last episode too. I was bringing up, I think there's a couple of reasons why, we should keep our eye on Candace Owens in particular, but you got to take the good that they're saying and then, give them credit for that while pointing out, hey, if you're taking money from Oracle and you're already filthy rich, it's fair to have questions about that, in my opinion. So yeah,
I would say too that I am thankful that they are opening up some eyes to some people out there and stuff like that. But for us, who's been involved inside the circle, inside the bubble, whatever you want to call it, we understand a lot of the things they were saying were said by other people years ago. They're just repeating shit that people got censored and demonetized for. And now they're getting credit for it. And that doesn't bother me as much, right? If the information gets out, it gets out, azalut. But they weren't the first to say these things, everything that they're saying right now. And once again, I watch out the negatives. Oracle, right? Larry Ellison. And come on, guys. You got to be careful who she is, who her family is and stuff. But, it's fun, too. I do like seeing Roger Stone and Steve Bannon go at it. That's fun, too, as well. I just get the popcorn out for that because those two guys are heavily full of shit.
I like seeing Candace Owens say, fuck you to Ben Shapiro. That's fun. I like it. And you know what? I think you guys are both right on the money on this analysis. And I will double down on what Jay's saying. The part about we can celebrate a good moment or agree or even do our part to elevate a good point that needs to be made and needs to be heard. At the same time, we will never play the game of hero worship ever again. We're done with that. We don't have to worry about that, guys. We're done with that. We are totally evolved There's nothing Tucker, Candace, or anyone can do to make us bow down and say this is our person. They're the hope that we've been waiting for. We'll never do that again. With that said, we can appreciate the moments that happen that get people to wake up that maybe had no idea was going on, and that's something. As long as we stay where we're at and we don't give them too much power to be our savior of sorts. I think we're okay. And we keep being critical and we look at everything skeptically. Skeptical optimism. What is the term?
Open-minded skepticism.
It's cautious optimism.
There you go.
If we see a good moment, if we see a great moment happen where we're like, that needed to be said, that was awesome. We do that with Loudest Voice of the Week a lot. That we can appreciate those moments with being cautiously optimistic. It's totally okay, I think. So
Tim, pool exploding was a good thing too, or imploding, whatever you want to fucking say. That shit was great. And the way Tim kind of went after Kim was disgusting. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I've had conversations with Kim. I'm like, yeah, Kim, I know you're cool with Tim, but he's such a fucking tool.
All right. Meltdown. That was pretty hilarious, man.
Yeah, Did you see that shit?
Yeah, he went back and forth about the security thing. One day, Candace has top flight security. Next day, she has no security. I mean, yeah, he didn't even know what he was saying, man. So,
he just exposed himself as being an Israeli cuck, and he is.
Yeah. What was his point? That she didn't have as good a security as he had because he had Israeli security and she didn't. Duh.
Yeah.
He had Charlie Kirk security, right? That was Charlie Kirk security until he started asking questions. Then that security wasn't so friendly to him, was it? But it was the top notch. He said it all the time. I got the best. He went on Bill Maher. Did you know that, Craig? That Charlie Kirk went on Bill Maher and said, we have the best security in the world. It's Israel. And then Bill Maher took that clip off. It doesn't exist anymore on it. Did you know that? It's pretty interesting. We're talking about I got the greatest security. This was before he started questioning Israel. But
did you talk about Bill Maher on the show today? Or was that due dissidence?
Oh, we're gonna get to Bill Maher. But
I won't be there, right? Okay. So
I know you might miss that.
I'm not gonna be there for that one, but oh well.
We're gonna get to Bill Maher. We're gonna get to Dave Chappelle. We're gonna get to a lot of stuff, guys. If you're just joining us, this is the Homeless Left. We're calling it the season finale because it's holiday time. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. We're doing our best here to get through these stories that are just working overtime to get these to you. The stuff we're going to be covering now, we're going to be getting to Russia right now, and then I think we'll pick up the TPUSA stuff after that, and get to the other stuff as well. But you guys also, we'll be getting to you. We do a talking back segment where we will reply more to your comments live on the show and have a discussion with you back and forth. So we like to do that as well. So keep chiming in with us on Rumble. We see the due dissidents, dissentants. Is that it? That was what I think somebody said. Dissidences.
I get
it. But if you guys are still on with us,
I see awesome. You out there, due dissidents people.
Yeah, he's looking. Greg's looking for you. We got you.
Make sure you guys share the stream, by the way, too. Just copy it, share it on some social media, spread a little bit of the Christmas joy. We got the holiday vibes going over here, spread the joy a little.
Yes, spread it. Hell yeah. Love it. Okay. Let's do Russia and Ukraine story.
What's going on over
interesting.
There?
What's that?
What's going on in Russia, Ukraine?
Oh, nothing. Just some talk of some proxy war that's been going on for the last 3 or 4. I haven't been paying attention, but
I heard there was a slight disagreement over there. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, just an ever so slight disagreement over, some territory or something like that, or some alliances. Who knows? Some little stuff.
So before we get to the Russia, specifically what's going on with Russia and Putin right now, this broke first this morning, and I'm just going to throw this up so you guys understand. Anybody who thought for any reason that having a Ukrainian flag in your social for the last 3.5 years meant that we were helping democracy, restore democracy, and fighting against the bad guys, and Mr. Putin wants to take over the world crap, you should have known better, because we told you it was a money laundering operation. And who best to be the one that gets called out today? The guy who was the loudest about this, and we've been talking about him today, good old Lindsay Graham, friend of the show. This came out this morning about the money train and where he was in the succession of the payouts. Here we go.
Something about Senator Graham. There will be news coming out in the next couple of months about how he has profited financially off of money that came out of Ukraine, laundered through Latvia, and made its way into his bank account. And we're talking significant amounts of money. Department of Justice is looking at it.
All right, those are serious allegations leveled by CIA officer, former CIA officer Larry Johnson. We shall see.
So that's in the works. So he's got that on his shoulders right now. But I'm sure he's still, trying to, do the right thing and, down to the last Ukrainian and all that stuff. On the other side, we have, and you guys want to chime in on that. Did you see that? I mean, we already knew that, but that a CIA officer, a former CIA officer is telling us this is in the works to be exposed. Do you think anything is going to come from this? I mean,
it never does. I mean, nothing came from the FTX scandal as far as the people who were involved who made money, Hakeem Jeffries included.
Yeah.
A lot of the Senate Democrats, a lot of Senate Republicans. It was a money laundering scheme. We've been calling it a money laundering scheme for quite some time, a pyramid scheme of sorts, and nobody really pays the price. They just business as usual, and Donald Trump just sent more money and weapons over there.
Yeah.
And, my question is, there's so much legal bribery that we can directly trace that's already going on. I mean, the fact that we have to get another level of bribery shouldn't even be happening, because just look at his donors. He takes money from the contractors, the weapons defense contractors that want the war to happen. He takes money from BlackRock that has been profiting off the war and the other financial interests. So, there's a reason why, Lindsey Graham has never seen a war he doesn't like. It's because they've been paying for his campaign for years. It's just that we've become so used to legalized corruption in this country that, we don't we're used to the abuse that we receive from the system on a regular basis. But, hopefully he did, it's so hard for them to break the rules because it's already so lax. Hopefully he did trip up and break some rules and we can get justice. But am I holding my breath? Not exactly. But let's see. Maybe we can expose him a little bit. That'd be great.
That would be great. On the other side of things, and I think they already have their new spokesperson, a better looking Lindsey Graham that's more for the younger crowd. Remember, I think we covered that one, Jay. I forgot the name of the guy, but he had this. Just
you talking about the eye patch guy? The
eye patch guy.
Crenshaw, yeah.
Yeah, it was
eye patch McCain.
Yeah, they got to switch up the face of the operation when these type of things happen. The little maneuver, keep everybody engaged, keep those Ukrainian flags in your social media. Everyone, you're on the right side on this one. Yeah. For sure. Speaking of being on the right side, it sounds like Putin is ready to put on paper that they will not attack European countries. That should be obvious, but he's willing to do that. Jay, you sent me this from Bricks News. Russia says it will not attack the EU or NATO and is ready to put it in a legal document. And it looks like the foreign ministry, Sergey, can you help me? I never get his name right here.
Sergei Rabkov.
Rabkov. He stated on December 22nd, Moscow had no plans to attack the EU or NATO and is willing to formalize this in a binding legal agreement, as reported by RIA Novosti and echoed in multiple outlets like Anadolu Agency. I'm tripping on that one. Okay. The next part of this, the post that we just looked at, it's Putin alongside the EU and the NATO flags. It achieved rapid. It basically blew up with 1 million views, 16,000 likes, and people replying, predominantly expressing distrust, frequently referencing Russia's unfulfilled assurances before the 2022 Ukraine invasion, which is rightfully so. Of course, what if you put something in a document? Everyone should know this. If you put something in a document and you put it to signature with the U.S. or anybody affiliated with NATO, you're not necessarily got a foolproof document, because we tend to have a history of breaking agreements. So that's probably should be of note. And then the offer emerges amid stalled Ukraine peace talks, which they've completely stalled out. And we've been covering that part of this. And NATO's recent expansions, which is contrasting U.S. intelligence reports of Russians' ambitions in Europe, potentially aiming to undermine Western unity or test diplomatic waters. Jay, is this thing going to go into play, or is they're just announcing this? Are we going to see something on paper here?
If I had to guess what's happening here, I would say simply that Putin is going through the motions of trying to make it look like he wants this peace agreement to work. But I think he knows that deep down, America and the EU are not going to agree to the conditions that are necessary for peace to happen. So he knows it's going to be settled, like on the battlefield militarily, but he's trying to reassure the rest of the EU and America that there is no intention to go further into the EU. And to be honest with you, I don't think the European leaders even really think that's a possibility. The issue is they've invested so much into this war, and I think they truly believe that they'd be able to break Russia's economy, with the sanctions. And when that didn't work, now they just can't figure out how to take the L. So they're trying to rally up all of their citizens to make the people of Europe believe that Russia is an immediate threat to them after they finish off Ukraine. So they're trying to Russia is trying to preempt that and reassure the citizens of Europe that I have no intention on going any further than Ukraine. And if you look at what they've said consistently the whole time, the entire reason this war started was because we overthrew the Ukrainian government and then tried to bring Ukraine into NATO, and Russia does not want NATO on its borders. So they'll have their buffer once they have the territory in Ukraine. But the issue is the territory they're going after does happen to be where a lot of the minerals are, and they'll probably wind up cutting off Ukraine from the sea after they take Odessa, which seems likely. So Europe is going to panic once that happens. So I think this is his way of trying to reassure the European population that you guys are not under direct threat. This has been a defensive move this whole time because we don't want, these insane NATO leaders directly on our borders with the ability to hit Moscow. That's my opinion on what's going on.
Yeah, that pretty much, I think, checks out. I don't understand, like, how do you see something like this, and does NATO ignore this? Do they pretend he's not doing this? They continue their theater piece of this, and we've been covering this part, this whole, like, let's scare the crap out of the European countries, let them think that if we don't keep giving $1 billion to NATO every single month, then you're going to be invaded. You're going to suffer the consequences, which is death. That's what they're saying. That Putin's going to come kill you if you don't do this. How can they keep that narrative going if Putin is saying we're going to do that, we're going to sign this thing?
And really quick, the German chancellor is now talking about a compulsory draft, like over in Germany, to prepare for, a war against Russia. So some of these leaders in the EU are going full steam ahead, with the war against Russia. So, my suspicion on what may happen is, it does seem like, going into next year, Ukraine is going to run out of this money that they just gave them fairly quickly. I had said before, there's a possibility they take the Russian assets and that winds up causing the EU to break up. After you look at, the security document that Trump released a few weeks ago, he has said already that he essentially wants to pull Italy, Hungary, Austria, and Poland out of the EU and into the US orbit. Elon Musk is now coming out talking about breaking up the EU. So is it for sure going to happen? I'm not saying that, but there is a possibility that there may be trouble, in the EU. They may take the Russian assets, and then that winds up breaking up the EU as a few countries try to keep that war going. Of course, the UK will be leading that pack probably. Germany is going to get drawn in, and France will probably switch sides at some point because they're going to want to be on the winning side at the end of the day. But yeah, it seems like the target, for some reason, the powers that be hate Germany. They don't want to see, Germany do good for itself, and they always want to pitch Germany against Russia. So that seems to be where we're heading.
Pasta, you have something you want to put up here? I see.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to play this video. I think this reaction is coming also because of this statement that Putin made earlier in December. And I just want to play it really quickly because we've all heard this before, right? That, Lindsey Graham, friend of the show, the guy you've been playing, has said before, Vladimir Putin wants to recreate the Soviet Union, the old USSR. And then we've heard, Zelensky say, oh, Ukraine today, Europe tomorrow, U.S. next year. We need to stop him. This is what he wants to do. He wants to bring back the old Soviet Union. But the reason why he's pressing hard now, and they're coming out and saying this, is because we have this. Putin warns Europe. Europe is not Ukraine. We deal with Ukraine in a surgical and careful manner. But in Europe, if they choose to go to war against Russia, very soon there'll be no one left for us to negotiate with. And he mentions right here, I'll read it. I'll keep it low because it's in, obviously, Russian. But he says, Ukraine's different. There are Slavic brothers. We're dealing with them. We're going slow and low to try to reduce the casualties, even though we can't because it's just a meat grinder. But Europe won't feel the same thing. This is what he said early in December. Putin, if Europe wants to go to war, we're ready. But if they suddenly start a war against us right now, we are ready right now. He pauses. There can be no doubt about that. The question is, if Europe starts a war with us, I believe that very quickly, this is not Ukraine. With Ukraine, we act in a surgical, careful way. You understand that, right? It is not a war in the full modern sense of the word. If Europe chooses to start a war, the situation can very quickly reach a point where there will be no one left to negotiate with. So they were like, what does he mean by that? And, he's kind of saying there in that situation that, we're dealing with this very calmly with Ukraine. We're not going into Kiev. We're not wiping off the map. We don't want a war with Europe, but if Europe starts a war with us, we're going to end it. F around and find out is what he's saying. So that's why I think you see this way. All right, listen, you guys are blowing this out of proportion. They weaponized it. You heard Vladimir Putin. He says he'll go to war with Europe and he'll wipe us off the map. He's puffering his chest and everything. So here comes Lavrov. Here comes the rest of the foreign ministry. No, we didn't say that. In fact, we're willing to sign something that we're not going to war with Europe. We're not going to invade. We'll put it on paper. Let's go.
Yeah.
Knowing that if Europe does start a war, Russia will end it. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying, so far, we haven't shown that we can shoot down the Oreshnik missiles. They're hypersonic missiles that can maneuver in midair. So they're extremely fast. We don't have the ability to shoot them down, but Russia hasn't been using them that often. And they are producing a large number of them because they do want to make sure they're ready just in case Europe does that crazy. So they could have done a whole lot more damage, a lot more quickly to Ukraine. And they have chosen to restrain themselves. And, that other assassination story, I sent you, Matt, I think that's a perfect example because, there's been a dirty war that's been happening.
We can bring this up now.
Yeah.
Let's bring this up now because this is, again, the pattern of behavior. We know what side did this. I saw you reported with the TRT World had first reported it, but RT did a follow-up, and I thought this was more exact because they were able to get more details about it, Jay. So it is the general was assassinated. He's not just, they didn't know at first if he died, but he's dead. That's official. It was a car bomb that killed a senior general staff member. The officials have confirmed this. The Russian general was killed in this car bomb blast in Moscow. The investigative committee has reported officials identified the victim as the Lieutenant General Fano Sarvov. He was the head of operational training at the general staff. According to the statement, an explosive device been planted beneath the vehicle he was traveling in and detonated on Monday morning in the southern part of the Russia capital. The blast also damaged several other vehicles and seriously injured the driver and others, media reports stated. Russian officials said one line of investigation is an assassination carried out by Ukrainian intelligence services, noting that Kyiv has previously used explosive devices in targeted killings of officials and public figures. Why now? Why now with the peace deal, with the back and forth? I know it felt like it was stalled. This is certainly sending a message. How do we expect Putin to respond to this? I mean, this is insane that that this has occurred. I mean, unbelievable. Jay, what's your take?
And the truth is, they have the ability to do decapitation strikes. They have had the ability the whole time. Like, they could have easily wiped out the entire Ukrainian government, like, by now if they wanted to. But the reason they haven't is because they know how alarming those headlines are going to be when they're blasted across America and Europe, and that will be used to manufacture consent for war against them. So, you know, like, but the truth is, all of these strikes and these assassinations that you know, Ukraine is doing, they're being fed intelligence by us, you know, and the UK to be able to make this happen. Like, all the missiles they've launched, they're doing it using targeting provided by us. So, you know, Russia honestly has been like, I don't know, they have tried to avoid escalating the situation, but, you know, our own senators have said it. This is a proxy war against Russia. Like, we've admitted it several times. And, you know, they've already been bombed on their own territory in before pre 2014, you know, Russian expansion, like on their own homeland, they've been attacked. So if there was ever an attack that was directly linked to Russia in America, just imagine how much everyone would lose their minds over here. And this is already happening in Russia. So, you know, when you combine that with the fact that we've shown that we don't stick to our end of the bargain through what we did after Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, where the German chancellor even came out and said, we never intended to stick by the agreements. It was all about buying time. You know, this is why people in Russia are just tired of negotiating. Like, they're getting really tired of us. And which is why I think it's hilarious that sometimes you hear, you know, people say, if we just get rid of Putin, you know, like, we can make peace with Russia and everything will go away. I think Putin is one of the most level-headed people over there. I think if Putin goes, then people will be a lot more angry after Putin based on what we've done to them. So, yeah.
Well, they want that puppet back, right? They want that Boris Yeltsin back that, you know, where the Clintons were walking in Moscow and look, we've been able to commercialize and capitalize on what's going on in Russia. Communism is dead. Now their markets are opening up and our Western oligarchs can get in there. You got to understand the history of Russia, what's going on. And this is why, you know, like when we do talk about Candace Owens, this lie that the Bolshevik Revolution was all about Jews killing Christians when they're trying to deny it was a class war. Napoleon went into Russia. Why? Because Russia for so long had been so huge, 11 time zones, filled with vast amounts of resources. Napoleon wanted. What did the people of Moscow do? They burnt down the capital and escaped. They'd rather fucking burn down their capital than give it up to some dictator or some ruler or some king coming in. Hitler, same thing. They were like, why did Hitler go in there? Because he knew eventually that, if anything, the United States was going to go in there. The United States wanted to balkanize Russia for quite some time. They're filled with so many resources, so huge. There's oil, there's natural resources. The United States wants it. It would always want it. But the people of, why do you think they followed Stalin? I mean, you got to think about these things, guys. These people understand their history. They understand what they have, and they want their national sovereignty. You know, they're not going to allow all these other countries to come in there. And Putin knows by now. You know what I'm saying? Even though his weak spot, I think, is the love he has for Israel. I don't think he'll ever arm Israel, right, and give them the weapons to kill the Palestinians. But he'll always recognize them as a state. Sergei Lavrov has definitely got some love for Israel. So they do recognize Israel's right to exist, but they won't necessarily arm them like crazy. And the fact that they always want to do business with the West. And they think they can do business with the West. You said level-headed, Jay. I think he goes beyond that. The restraint this guy has, and there are hardliners, the generals in Russia, who are done with everything going on in Ukraine. And they want Putin to go forward even more. They want to take Kiev. They've wanted to take Kiev for quite some time. But Putin has said, no. Let's use international law because a lot of the charters were written by the United States. So we'll use this against them. They always go that way. They are beyond level-headed. So, I mean, what we have this situation over here, we have to recognize ourselves. And this is another thing that Donald Trump is just such a phony, fake person on. He'll end it in 24 hours. He just sent billions of dollars in weapons to them last week. He's not. Donald Trump is working for the globalists, ladies and gentlemen, pushing back against countries that want their own national sovereignty. Plain and simple. Venezuela, Russia. He's the same old with just a different voice.
Barack Obama of the right. That's how I think about him, and that's what he's going to be remembered as at the end of the day. And, you know, even before 2014, you can go find maps of how they wanted to carve up Russia. Like, you know, I've at one point seen that they wanted to carve up Russia into over 200 countries, which is like absolutely insane. So just as an American, imagine if you saw maps coming from Russia talking about how they want to break up America, you know, into all these different regions instead of us being one country. So we've been plotting to destroy Russia for a very long time, and this is ideology that has been passed down from us from the UK, you know, and those other European powers, because they've always had it out for Russia, you know, like you mentioned just now, Pasta. So,
Napoleon went in there. He wanted those resources. Hitler, he wanted those resources. After World War I had ended, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers sent private militia armies to guard oil fields. They've been after and trying to balkanize Russia for years. That's why you hear such a push against Stalin. And I'm not saying Stalin is Santa Claus over here, but why do you think so many people who are willing to burn down their own capital, right? People who lost 1 million plus, 1.2 million people at the Battle of Stalingrad against Hitler. These people who sacrificed so much, and they know what's going on. Why do you think they followed Stalin? You know what I'm saying? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. You got to understand the history of what's going on. That's why they're standing up behind Putin. You know, Putin's approval rate is like in the high 60s or low 70s. Not like this country. Our Congress has an approval rating of like 19%. You know what I'm saying? Democrats have an approval rating of their own Congress of 23%. Republicans, 28%. It's ridiculous over here. We need to get the fuck out of their business, let them do whatnot. We should start using American ingenuity. You know what I'm saying? If you want to battle somebody, battle them economically. Work harder than them. Work better than them. Bring some manufacturing home. Start building stuff. Start fixing shit. Start repairing your own goddamn fucking country here, where the railroads are being used technologies from 1973. We need to look ourselves in the mirror, and Donald Trump has been the greatest fucking Houdini of refocusing his base and the Republican Party's energy back on, oh, it's the communist over there. It's other countries. They're the bad guy. What happened to us holding our own country accountable and our own politicians accountable? He's providing cover for all of them.
The last thing I would add is that I'd say TDS is why you know, the left has become so Russophobic recently, because they still blame Donald Trump's original election on Russian interference. And it was that moment in time when they started manufacturing consent for this proxy war against Russia. And to this day, you know, still the American left somehow, you know, will look past the fact that we overthrew their government in 2014 and pretend like Putin is the aggressor. But most of these people on the left will acknowledge that, yeah, we destroy governments across South America and Africa all the time, but they refuse to acknowledge that we destroyed the government in Ukraine to put in our own dictator. Our own government over there. So,
our own puppet government.
Yeah, our own puppet government. So just apply the same principles, have a level of consistency in your beliefs, and it's not that hard of a problem to understand.
Unfortunately, Jay, that's kind of a oxymoron of applying principles to the tribe that you're in, because that can't exist. If you're in a tribe, there are no principles. You picky choosy the things that elevate your party and your ideals, and then you stay super silent about things that won't necessarily help you. And that's the opposite of principles. So that can't actually happen unless you get out of the tribe, and then you can be principled like we are here on the Homeless Left. And I'd say back to you, Craig, on the Candace Owen thing. Well, I'll correct you. She didn't lie. She's just misinformed. She just needs to watch Truthwire and the Homeless Left, and she'll become informed. And then hopefully she can change her rhetoric. Of course, that's me being an over optimistic, but I get your sentiment. I'm glad you spoke about this, and I'm glad we're seeing the full historical context and using our critical thinking skills, because we have to do that right now. Yes.
Wait 1 second, Jay. She's also, by the way, making a claim that during the slave trade that the majority of ships were owned by Zionists and Jews. That is not fucking true. There were Zionist ship out there, but they didn't know they had the majority of the fucking slave ships out there. This stretch she's trying to make is actually hurting the fight against Zionism.
I can tell you.
She's providing the lane for them to say that's anti-Semitic. Now you're blaming Jews on the whole slave trade. I mean, come on now.
Listen, that argument is so funny to me because I don't know too many Black Americans with Jewish last names. And again, this is not me saying that all white Americans of today are to blame for what happened during slavery. Obviously not. But the whole point is the more hatred that you can stir up for Jewish people overall, the easier it's going to be to convince Jews to go back to Israel. And, if you just look at history, the Zionist project started before World War II, but there were very few Jews that were willing to go to Israel. The mass exodus of Jews from Europe to Israel started in World War II. And then Hitler had an agreement, with Zionists called the Havara Agreement to get the money over there to facilitate that transfer. So you could argue that people like Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are actually strengthening Israel to an extent because they give Jewish people a reason to feel scared and to feel like they need to go back. So you could make the argument that they're boosting Zionism to an extent.
I'm with you on the Nick Fuentes thing, but I think that if you weigh the pros and cons of Candace and the things she gets right versus wrong, she's not overall. I think there's more pluses than the minuses.
I agree. But I was speaking specifically about what Pasta just mentioned.
Yeah, for this topic,
they keep going on about a Christian genocide in Russia. And I'll be honest, I don't know that history as well as Pasta does, but I do know that when it comes to the slave trade, you don't see that many Black Americans with Jewish last names. So let's just.
I mean, they would, right? They would have Jewish last. I mean,
exactly.
And the thing is that once again, I'm just saying, there's always truth in psyops, and Candace Owens does have that situation where you say there's more positive than negatives, but it's where she's driving you. And like I said, Candace's whole shtick, her whole game is that communism is awful, right? And it was created by the Jews, and capitalism is way better, and Christianity and capitalism is way better, and you have to kind of like succumb to that, right? You capitulate back to that. Like, this is still better than that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not sure I take issue.
That argument's not changing anyone. I'm going to say right now, that argument's not changing anyone's mind. If you order in that crazy camp, you're already there. We're in the middle space and going, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. That it's the stupidest thing to say. The thing that we're in now that's effing everyone over, the thing she's reporting on every day, the capture of the system we're in now, which is the thing we're in, which is capitalism. You're not going to.
When she says the Bolshevik Revolution, right, which is ushering in communism, was about Jews killing Christians when it was a class revolution, right? The peasants, the military, the farmers all got together and said, enough of this fucking monarch. We're going to take it down. When you say that Stalin is the ultimate evil, you're ultimately saying that, communism is still not the way we want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And really quick, I saw a post from Sarah from DD Geopolitics, who we've brought on the show before. And again, I don't know all the history here, but the insinuation of the post was that the genocide or the killing of some Christians that folks like Candace Owens are trying to blame on Jews may have actually been committed by, some Ukrainians, at that point in time. Because let's not forget, there's been Christian on Christian wars for a very long time. Sure. You have the Orthodox Church going against, other religions and vice versa, the Catholic Church versus the Orthodox Church. So there's always been a religious aspect to a lot of these wars, which is another reason why when everyone brings up, the Jews have been kicked out of like 100 countries or something like that. If you were to go through the amount of countries where Christians have been fighting other denominations of Christians or Muslims have been fighting other denominations of Muslims, you'll find every single war and every disagreement, for the most part, tends to have religious aspects to it. And that's just, how it's been throughout history. So,
and a lot of people will say, well, Pasta, why did Stalin and the Bolsheviks close down so many churches? Well, the monarch was using the church as a mechanism for their power, right? Mm-hmm. That's what they were using to control people. It was the church. The churches worked directly for and that's throughout history where the monarchs or the dictators or the leaders of the countries tried to control the church because the church had so much power. So in a class revolution, you're going to stop the oppressor. So they closed down all these churches that were working for the monarchs. And then years later, Stalin, in fact, built more churches than any leader in Russia years after. But you have to stop the oppressor for wherever they're coming from. And that's what they're using as an excuse to say they were against Christianity. They were closing down these churches. They were killing. No, they were stopping their oppressor because that's where the oppressor was doing their oppressing from, the church.
Yep. And that post, by the way, that I mentioned from DD Geopolitics was actually banned in the EU. And, you know, Sarah was making comments about that. So usually when they just straight out ban something and censor it, you probably want to look at it a little bit more. So,
I thought that means we don't want to look at it, Jay. If they ban it, it's for our own good, right? Because it'll be dangerous if we saw it. And no. I'm still trying to figure this out. Everything's backwards. But okay. No, that's a good discussion here, gentlemen. Let me just throw this up because we got another citizen one here that wanted to acknowledge you, Jay. Citizen says, Shabbat Shalom. Mazel Tov, Jay. Didn't expect you on this early, but hey, more hosts, more synergy. Hell yeah, that's what it's about. And you guys can expect more synergy from us when we do the top censored news of the year. We're putting that together for a week from today. That'll be our last broadcast of the year, but this is technically our season finale, our holiday show. So appreciate everybody's support on that. And I think we had one more about that came in on Rumble, and I had to copy and paste it because Rumble doesn't show up on StreamYard, but I did see it.
Pendejo, by the way.
This is I wanted to give a shout out here. This is a Rumble rant from a Javari. Thank you so much for the Rumble rant. What's the difference between a Lindsey Graham and a leech? Oh, wait. What's the difference between a Lindsey Graham and a leech? One's a bloodthirsty worm, and the other one lives in the water.
That's so
very
awesome.
Good.
That was
very
good.
Love it.
That's good. I like that one.
And that kind of caps out the segment here since we full circled back to Lindsay. So, Craig, I know you're jetting out now. Anything you want to leave us with before you take off?
No, I just want to say thank you guys so much for doing the show with me and having me on. I always have a fun time. Great to do shows with you, to do segments with you, Jay Scott. I always recommend it. Matt can tell you that. Love what you're doing out there and keep up the good work. Same with you, Matt. Thank you so much. Say hi to Leslie. Merry Christmas and the family. And I love you guys. And catch me tomorrow on the Drive Time show on WBAI, 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have a good discussion out there with New York. If you want to call in, you don't have to be in New York. You can call on in. It is live radio, a big audience, and we appreciate hearing your point of view. So call on in. Thank you so much.
Love it. Thanks, Pasta.
Appreciate you, Pasta. Merry Christmas, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for all the love, too, Craig. Really appreciate it.
Man. We've got a great friendship, man, and it's pretty fucking awesome, man. Like I said, I've enjoyed doing this stuff, and it's been a crazy couple years, but I can speak for Matt and Jay on this. 2026 is coming out. Watch out. You'll see a lot of our face, and you'll hear a lot of our voices because we ain't stopping this shit, baby. We're coming full-fledged, coming hardcore with this stuff.
Hell yeah.
2026.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah, we're just getting louder. Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, take care, Craig. We'll see you.
Peace, guys. Kid Prevalone out.
Deuces. That was funny.
The truth wire, they go truth out. Fiorella doesn't like that, but Craig will do a truth out at the very end. Yeah. So.
Well, got to get the truth out there. So, maybe it could be a double entendre. Just trying to encourage everyone to get the truth out there a little bit more.
That's
Nothing
good.
wrong with that.
That's good. And guys watching, we appreciate all the engagement, and we do like to. We'll cut you to the front if you give us a Rumble rant on Rumble or what you call it it's a I'm just blanking. What's the YouTube? It's called super chat. Of course, super chat on YouTube. Rumble rant on Rumble. We'll cut you to the front. We'll get you in there. But otherwise, you guys can still do some comments for us, and we'll talk to you later in the show. We still got we got some stuff to go through. Dude, can we do 3 stories in the next 45? Can we do that?
Let's try. Let's see what we can squeeze in there.
We'll do at least 2, obviously. But let's see if we do good here. Okay, this one we have to get to this one because all this stuff went down with TPUSA. They had their little event, the AM Fest, and everyone turned out for this. This was when I say everyone, all the people that were button heads, and we know the people that were button heads at the Zionist Christians versus the non-Zionists. voices in that arena, all trying to get the attention of that young demographic that's been part of TPUSA the whole way that Charlie Kirk built the movement, and they're trying to hold on to these people. But it's hard for them to do this because why? Because we see the divide happening because of the elephant in the room, which is the Israel factor. So this event, which is supposed to be, what does this stand for, Jay? This AM Fest, this is America. It's an America festival, right? This is where they're celebrating America. But are they really celebrating America? Well, Erica Kirk took center stage. And remember, we're supposed to give her some time to grieve. So I guess this is what grieving.
That's the craziest part about this, man. It's the same fireworks, the same lighting. Like, doesn't that look like a WWE stage right there?
Yes. This is the type of stages when we see flashbacks of Trump being at the actual the wrestling match, and he's like playing a character, and you're like, oh wait, that's Trump actually playing Trump at a wrestling match, and you're like, so this is we don't have to pull this from the past. They're doing this right in our faces right now.
And real quick before we play this segment, because I know they've brought Nicki Minaj on to manufacture consent for war in Nigeria, but just so everyone knows, like Nicki Minaj's husband and her brother are both like convicted pedophiles, and I think her brother is still in jail right now, and she may be looking for a pardon for him. And she also has a lot of money problems at the moment because apparently she's really behind on her taxes, and what better way to get some money than to start going after some of those Zionist dollars. So that could be part of what's happening here. So
a very vulnerable Nicki Minaj, very susceptible to, hey, we can help you out. It's called a quid pro quo. We just need you coming on, flash a little heart sign. But whatever you do, don't trip up when you're referencing, the president and the vice president. Make sure you make it sound really good. Call them like good looking, call them like cool dudes. But don't under any circumstances make either of them, especially JD, don't make him look bad. Please, God, don't do it. We're paying you a lot to be here, Nikki. Please don't mess this up.
Amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Oh, there's the hand.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine.
Trust me, there's nothing.
just let her play. Let her play. Watch this.
Yes, we
Let
did.
the silence sink in.
You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment, because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord.
Just so it's clear for everybody, Matt, you did not pause that. That was all real time. That was exactly what happened. And I'll be honest with you, I kind of feel like Nikki wants the check, but she also wanted to expose him a little bit as she was doing it, because there's no way she couldn't have said something to make that a little less awkward. But she literally called J.D. Vance an assassin and then stopped and then let Erica talk. Erica tried to feed her something to like get her to take it back and to correct herself. And she just sat there and looked at her the whole time and then waited for Erica to go on some more. So was it an accident? Was it an on purpose accident? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's really going on over there. But, you know, when I see the way she's been acting and I compare that to a Jackie Kennedy, or when I compare that to like MLK's wife, who sued the government and found the government liable for MLK's death. When I compare those people, it just seems like Erica Kirk is acting differently to me.
So I'm not really, and you guys know this, I'm not this big religious dude. You know, I'm not in these moments, in these stressful moments. I don't do what Erica Kirk just did. And what she did is she made me feel like maybe I should be a little more religious, because when she brought God up, I was thinking that's the only explanation that this keeps happening to her, is some sort of weird divine intervention. That has to be the only. But she's saying God is good. Really? God is sick and twisted if he did this as a little joke, little prank. That's not. I don't know if that's what good is. When you're on the stage and you have these Freudian slips. This is the first time. This is not the first time. When she comes out on the stage in the top of the show, we're not even going to show this one to you guys, but it's this monitor issue. I don't have my monitor. I don't know what to do. I don't have my stats. I don't know what to. So we're just going to wing it, guys. Yay! And then she can't say anything. And it's like, why does this keep happening to her? It's because there's something about this theater that either it's being done by sloppy people who can't prep their equipment, they can't prep their people or guests, they're doing something wrong there. Or maybe, as again, not a religious thing, maybe I'm not a superstitious, I might be a little stitious, but I'm not superstitious. I'm saying that how is it that every single thing you're getting wrong? This thing is cursed. I guess that's what somebody would say. This whole thing, since Charlie is no longer with us, seems to be cursed by something.
It's not even that she's also getting things wrong. She's just blatantly lying about so much. And I wish we had all the clips lined up, but I've been seeing clips of her claim that she didn't drink before Charlie Kirk, which is a needless lie. And then you see essentially her drinking on TV because she was on a dating reality show. And then she says that she didn't date for a few years before Charlie Kirk, and then we see clips of her on a dating TV show, and apparently there's also pictures showing that she was engaged the year before she met Charlie Kirk. So it's and she said on TV, I remember the clip, she said, I didn't date for a few years before Charlie, and I was living vicariously through my friend. So she just straight up lied. And these are needless lies. No one's gonna judge you if you go on dates. No one's gonna judge you if you have a drink or two. But I guess she's trying to paint the picture that she is the ultimate angel and had never done anything remotely even close to a sin, before Charlie Kirk or something like that. So it's all she's doing is making herself look worse and worse and more guilty. And I don't know if you saw, the next clip, but she's already endorsed JD Vance for president in 2028, which doesn't look good considering she just went viral a week or two for having a really close hug, with JD Vance on stage. And it was when a woman touches you in the back of the head, I don't know, it just felt a little bit uncomfortable. I know if I saw my girlfriend grabbing the back of a guy's head and whispering in his ear, that would make me a little bit uncomfortable. And, she was just doing that on stage with JD Vance. Now she's endorsing him for president. So maybe she's just a handsy person. So I'm not saying I know anything's going on by that clip, but it just all doesn't look good because there's so many needless lies around the situation. And, have you seen all the clips comparing her reaction to Diddy's after Biggie died? Because it's nearly identical. I don't know. There's just so much overlap between Erica and Diddy.
And it's also, it's sad that we talked about the 4.5-hour private meeting she had with Candace Owens, and Candace comes out of it and says, there's actually a lot of stuff we agree on. And we're just what? How could you? Everything Erica is doing is the exact opposite of what Candace has been representing and what the people, not just her, but the people in this space that we're in, where we're asking the right question. We're saying this organization is captured. How are you putting this person at the head of this company? It makes no sense. How does she have the resume to even handle a CEO position? And then the people making the decisions about these events. I mean, this is not even getting into the Charlie Kirk, not even, I won't say conspiracy theories, but the crazy FBI story that doesn't make any effing sense. We're just talking about the way they are choosing to present themselves. And this was outside, Jay, this was outside of the event. I don't know if people saw this. Jimmy Dore covered this yesterday. I couldn't believe it when I saw this setup outside of this event. It was a recreation of Charlie Kirk's murder scene with the actual material, not new material, They actually saved it and put it up. What's this for? Is it behind glass? Is it a museum piece? No, it's a place where you can fans of Charlie can come in and take selfies with where Charlie was standing, literally in the exact same material. This was reported on. Here's a local reporter showing us this thing.
From behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September, and people are taking selfies with it. You can see
people are taking selfies with it, and they say recreation. It's the actual material. It's the actual tent, and they set this up. Whose idea was this? This is the type of stuff that, and not to go back to the Candace thing, but it's like every single thing she does and this group does is suspect. Everything, every slip, every bad marketing idea, everything out of their mouth, every book deal, every Shabbat Shalom, everything, every rewriting of history, everything they're doing is a red flag, including this. And this should be condemned by the people that are actually in the camp of the Christian Zionists. They just say this is not cool. This is not cool for Charlie. Even they should be saying that. I don't think they are, though.
They're clearly trying to make as much money as possible, like off this man's death. And that's exactly how it comes off. And, as far as what do they agree on, I can tell you exactly what they agree on. When the next election comes around, it's going to be vote red to get ahead. Oh, yeah, we have our problems with the Republicans and maybe they're bought by Zionists, but the Democrats, oh, well, they want to transition your children, and all this stuff. So let's go ahead and vote Republican no matter what. So it's just going to be more of the same team politics. And that's what they agree on, in my opinion. And I'd love to be proved wrong on that and for Candace to come out and support an independent movement. And if she does, I will take back everything, like I'm saying about her right now. But my prediction is she's going to sheepdog people into the Republican Party after leading this resistance, trying to expose some quote unquote Republicans, because you got to fear the lesser of two evils, Matt. Don't you forget, the other side is the side you really got to worry about. Our side's not perfect, but the other side, that's the side you got to watch out for.
Oh, man, I really hope that's not the case. But yeah, I suspect you might be right about that, Jay. But if it happens, then we know again. You can't fool me once. Shame on you. You can't fool me once. You can't get fooled again. So that's that. Here's one more. I gotta do one more slip from her on stage. I mean, come on, man. I'm not religious, but if this was divine intervention, God definitely has a twisted sense of humor. You're not gonna believe this one.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
That's my first time.
Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
So in the same sentence,
yes,
he called her late husband a grifter and the guy taking his place. And if I'm not mistaken, that may actually be the guy who she dated before Charlie. I need to look up who it was, but there was another guy at TPUSA who we discovered was actually dating Erica for a little while before she wound up being introduced to Charlie. So let me look that up actually while you're doing that. But yeah, that is amazing.
Let's play this one again, because this is her own. This is her and the way she corrects this is the thing I just said. It's just, don't worry about it. You're not the thing. Don't worry about me. I just do these things, and it's all good, honey. It's all good.
Yes,
okay.
That was Cabot Phillips, right? Cabot Phillips. She said just now.
She said Caleb. Is that? Did
Caleb?
I get that?
Oh no. The person who she dated at TPUSA was this guy. Cabot Phillips. I'm pronouncing that wrong, but C-A-B-O-T Phillips. That's the guy who she did.
Maybe.
Yes.
Well, let's listen again, because this is entertaining to say the least. But let's listen to see if we missed something here.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
Wow.
So I love how you pointed out that she's calling her husband, her deceased husband, also a grifter. She only corrects it for Caleb. She doesn't correct it for him. That's interesting. Trust me, you're not a grifter, even though I just called both of you grifters. Wow.
That's
It's been a long day, you know?
That's crazy, man. That is hilarious, man. But, you know, at the end of the day, God has a sense of humor for sure. Yep. So, you know, I think that's proof God exists. If you ask me, that's divine intervention over there to make sure it happens. So, you know, I believe in God. I don't, you know, follow the mainstream religions, but, you know, that's definitely the guy up top, you know, sprinkling a little humor in there for us. So that's funny.
Well, let's cross over, since we're still in this arena of this event, and there's another part of this that we need to get to. So we'll start a new section here. But you guys know that the conflict between Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens used to work for him. She was fired. They're at each other's throats. You got Megyn Kelly stuck in the middle because trying to stay quiet about the Tucker situation. It's this one big soap opera. And like Pasta would say, and we talked about earlier, Jay, we talked about, is this whole thing a distraction theater because it gets us kind of on one side or the other? Well, regardless, we know that between the two sides, even if it is theater, one side is making all the good points. The other side sounds like jackasses, even the way they talk to their own people in this arena. Let's start with Ben Shapiro here, because this is going to lead us to what happened with Tucker as a result. So let's focus on Ben here. Not all of his name calling. He had a lot of mean things to say about Megyn Kelly. He had a lot of mean things to say about Tucker at an event that they were at, which is insane that you're talking shit at the event to a speaker that's going to come out after you. But here's Ben Shapiro and how he treats somebody in the crowd asking about what? The USS Liberty. Check this out.
You cited during your speech truth as the most important tenet of American conservatism. Why, therefore, did you call irrelevant the Israeli attack in 1967 on the USS Liberty, which left dozens of American servicemen dead and hundreds wounded?
So what I actually said is that if we're looking at modern Israeli-American relations, looking at an attack that happened mistakenly by multiple Navy reports, multiple Israeli reports, and all available evidence, and using that attack in order to undermine today's relations between Israel and America, that's irrelevant. As irrelevant as it would be to cite a piece of evidence from World War II or from 1776 to define America's relations with, for example, Great Britain or Germany today. That does not mean that the attack wasn't horrible for the Americans involved, that it wasn't bloody and terrible. The Israeli government paid reparations to the people who were killed. If you look at the actual military record of what happened on the USS Liberty, it was clearly a mistaken and tragic attack. The people who frequently cite the USS Liberty, however, are not talking about the specifics of the USS Liberty. I suspect that the vast majority of people who bring this up are doing so in order to suggest that Israel deliberately attacked an American ship because Israel deliberately wants to harm America. It is connected generally with a larger point. I wonder if that's your point.
If the truth matters, then the Israeli government must be held accountable for that attack. The American flag was flying on that ship. You do not mistake an American ship for a foreign one when our flag is flying.
So,
and I'm going to cut it there. The problem here with Ben Shapiro is that he is attacking the person's motive for asking a question. It's a very condescending way to treat a question asker, and we see it all the time in this arena that we're in, and you guys see this happen in other situations, but that's how Ben Shapiro behaves, and kudos to this dude for pushing back and trying to get back on topic. Unfortunately, Ben has the bigger, louder mic, so he can ramble on after this and drown him out after his second thing. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
You know what I wish that person had brought up, you know, in response to that? He should have told Ben, it's not that I think Israel wants to attack America. I think Israel wants to control America and to get America to work in favor of our interests. So if that means attacking us is the only way to do that, sure, they'll do that. But I don't think the primary goal is specifically to attack America. So I wish that, you know, he had reframed it slightly. But you're right. You know, Ben Shapiro is doing like the exact same thing that conservatives get mad at leftists for.
Yes.
Anytime you disagree with them, there's something wrong with you. Are you anti-Semitic? Are you anti-Israel? You know, instead of just answering the question and sticking to the debate at hand. And,
Yes.
you know, like I will say, like Ben Shapiro is like, I don't know, he is the epitome, you know, of hypocrisy, you know, in my opinion, in all of his stances, you know, recently. And I'm glad he's being exposed right now and being called out on a more regular basis. And I hope anyone who was part of that organization, TPUSA, is honest enough with themselves to ask how the world could have been different had we gotten to the truth of what happened in the JFK assassination. Yeah. And then why are we letting history repeat itself? Like, even if you don't think Israel did it, even if you think it's someone else, the story that we're being told right now doesn't make a drop of sense. Like, I don't know if you've seen all the different theories about the bullet now, but like I'm seeing people say the bullet bounced off the skin, like in the back of Charlie Kirk's neck and made a 180-degree turn and then hit the spine and then went down. Like, you don't even need to be a gun expert to realize how little sense that makes. So, like, that's one story. Another story is it went into the neck, hit the spine, and then went directly down. What are we talking about, guys? Like, this is a gigantic bullet. All you have to do is do a little bit of basic research, and you know, and you will see that the official story we're being told doesn't make any sense. If he was shot with that bullet, his head would have been blown off. Like, like there would have been a big chunk missing out of the man's neck. So if that's the only thing in this story that you have questions on, then don't let it die. Like, we have to get to the bottom of what happened here, not because I think Charlie Kirk is a hero on the same level that MLK was a hero, for example, in my opinion. But the truth is, some of his opinions were starting to evolve. He was starting to push back, and people can evolve as they get older. Like, how do we know what Charlie Kirk's opinions would have been 10 years from now had he been allowed to grow and continue on that path? So, you know, may his soul rest in peace. But, you know, like, if you care about the organization, then you should care about this fed slop like that we're being fed, and you shouldn't accept it.
Yeah. Well, all of this is important. These are obviously the questions we need to be asking. And, you know, Ben Shapiro has set himself up as the guy that is next one down. There's no way he can't, what he's doing right now in this space is not sustainable. Not with, we have, you know, Megyn Kelly basically unfriending him publicly at this point. He tried to, right at the end of this speech, he tried to get the entire Rome to champion the cancellation of Tucker, who was coming out right after him to speak. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And you would do that. You would choose to do this at a Charlie Kirk event where Charlie Kirk was about grab a mic, let's debate. The fact that you would have a canceling, like, let's everyone cancel Tucker. Well, Tucker comes out and he just nails it here. This is Tucker responding to Ben Shapiro. And I don't see how anyone can stay on board with this guy. Even if you're a Zionist, you should understand none of this logic makes sense. Attacking people who are asking a question, you're not answering the freaking question. And how dare you try to cancel another speaker at this Charlie Kirk event? Here we go.
Question your motives, actually. Why can't you answer the question? Why can't you answer that question? Why do you have to imply that some college kid is like some kind of Hitlerite or something because he's asking about an event? Like, what? By the way, it is okay to ask questions. And I thought that was like the whole reason we were against the left. They're not going to force you to get up there and make ritual denunciations because this isn't my religion, it's politics. By the way, your politics do not trump my love for other people. I remember my brother once said...
Yeah, so he nailed that one. And then he goes on, and this is probably the highlight of the entire event. And this is what I wanted to get to, Jay. This is what got, what Tucker said next is what got Stop Anti-Semitism's attention. And we've been, you guys know, we've been covering the top 10 nominees for Anti-Semite of the Year with Stop Anti-Semitism. It's a real thing. They've done it. This is the third year doing it now. And we thought the number one person they were going to give it to was Miss Rachel. Tucker was on that top 10 list as well. It seems that after what he said in the rest of this speech, Leora Renz, who is the head of Stop Anti-Semitism, responded to this. And I'm going to play what Tucker said here. And then she, acted accordingly to respond. And you guys know where this is going. Tucker did end up getting Anti-Semite of the year because of this. Here we go.
Is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, commonly known as AIPAC, is them being in America and not registered with FARA like all other lobbying groups in America, is that America first? Is it America first for senators, Congress, and even our president to take money from AIPAC?
Is it America first to take money from a foreign lobby so you'll send taxpayer dollars to that country? Even the question kind of answers itself. Obviously it isn't. And that's not an attack on Israel. It's certainly not anti-Semitism, despite the efforts of many to claim that it is. It's just an obvious statement. And the fact that people are attacked for asking the question, this is something that I talked to Charlie a lot about in his final months, because he was being attacked as an anti-Semite for asking that question. We've memory hold that, but I was there, so I saw it. That's not the right way. Don't attack people's motives. And I have a lot to attack people's motives. I'm trying to remind myself, don't do that. Respond to what they're saying, right? And so, no, of course it's not. And it's totally fine to ask about why a foreign government tried to sink one of our ships in 1967. That doesn't make you an anti-Semite, sorry. Those are Americans who died. And by the way, yeah, whatever. Anyway, but the point is, no, of course not. And that's why they won't have the conversation. And my point is, I'm 56, my kids are grown. I'm just not afraid of you at all. I don't hate you or anyone else. I love this country. I'm going to be here till I die. I have an absolute God-given right to ask these questions. And I'm going to keep doing that, period. And you can shoot me or put me in jail, but the questions won't go away. So, no, of course it's not. And that's why they respond with, rage and shame, because you caught them doing something they can't defend. Duh.
So you can shoot him or cancel him, or you can do this. Breaking, Tucker Carlson has been officially named the 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Congratulations, Tucker. We were rooting for Miss Rachel. That was, I'm sure she was like, damn it, I didn't get it. But yeah, that's official. These were the top 10. Miss Rachel, we thought was going to get it, but it went to Tucker instead. But yeah, congrats for that. But you can see how they are affected and how they respond when he says just obvious things that we talk about right here, Jay. We talk about asking questions, having the courage to do so, not attacking a character, a person, or a motive, but answering the effing question and having accountability and looking at historical context. All these things, critical thinking skills, everything he's talking about, everything checks out, man. And if he's controlled opposition, oh, well, these things needed to be said. And I wanted to give him a shout out for getting this award. That means his words are the most threatening to the Zionist psychopaths that are controlling, as Craig Pasta says, the globalist agenda.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. You can't really disagree with anything he said there. But, again, I would just ask people to remember, people who are controlled opposition, they're always going to tell you parts of the truth, to gain your trust. So Tucker Carlson might not be that. I'm not saying I know for sure he is, but, I do think when you look at, the next segment we're about to get to, I do actually think the possibility of a rug pull from Israel and the Zionist movement is becoming more and more popular. Because I don't know, more and more possible. Because
yeah.
I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to continue this, this grift, because Israel is becoming so unpopular. The only way they can continue it is with a false flag. And they've tried all these false flags and it's just not working. Like in real time, all of their false flags seem to be questioned. So I don't know if you have that story pulled up that I had sent you, but apparently now Israel is entering a military alliance with Greece and Cyprus against Turkey. Now, the reason that is a gigantic move, right, is because Greece and Turkey are both NATO countries. And technically, Israel is non-aligned, but if you have a situation where that was to get kinetic, that could be a major turning point, like in history. So I don't know, what the future holds for Israel, but what I can say is you can only go directly against like the interests of the people for so long. So this is a situation we should watch, especially because there's a lot of investment that Saudi Arabia is placing in America. Now we're seeing Saudi Arabia being tied into our elites, the same way. We're seeing a stronger alliance grow between Turkey and Saudi Arabia. We just announced that military agreement with Saudi Arabia recently. So if Israel was to get into a confrontation, against Turkey and Saudi Arabia, would America necessarily like step in favor of Israel in that scenario? I don't think so personally. So when you also consider the fact that both Saudi Arabia and Iran are now BRICS aligned also, like Iran is a full member, and I think they're both actually full members of BRICS now. So I actually don't think the confrontation between Saudi Arabia and Iran directly is in the direct cards right now. So it does seem like there are possible alliances forming that could result in some major geopolitical shifts. So if there is a rug pull, that doesn't mean that all the forces that have been causing death and destruction across the world are going to be gone as soon as Israeli influence is gone. And, I just think the Zionist influence is one of the tools that they've been using. And you brought it up earlier in the show. The Zionist fingerprints are on everything. Well, guess what? If the police are going to, frame someone for a crime, or if the mafia wants one guy to take the fall for a crime, they're going to make sure that guy's fingerprints are on every crime scene that they want to pin on that person to avoid accountability for the other people. So that all kind of leads into our next story, because I really do think people should pay a little bit more attention to some of the secret societies that used to be talked about a lot more, but recently have kind of, gone to the back burner. So,
okay. Well, I want to certainly dive into the secret behind the scenes. And we talked, I'll let you lead it with the Freemasons section here, but do you want to tie it in with this here? Do we want to play this here first, or do you want to come back to this? Or
yeah, let's play that. Let's play that.
Okay. So let me,
Kalispera, Prime Minister and President. What's the message that you're sending from here to Turkey?
Excuse me, we're taking questions for the Prime Minister of Israel.
No, you can ask me that. That's okay. Okay. Well, I would love to get answers from them too. And for you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, about Iran, what do you expect President Trump to join Israel, to help Israel? To what cooperation do you expect from your meeting with President Trump regarding Iran?
Look, we are not seeking confrontation with anyone. I can speak on behalf of Israel. And I think for my two partners here, no one seeks confrontation. On the contrary, we seek stability, prosperity, and peace, exactly as the three of us said. Obviously, we are committed to defending each one of our countries, but also defending maritime lanes and other things that are shared in common and that go under international norms. I think that is obvious. So I would say this is a coalition for these norms and for that stability, and we hope that it won't be tested.
Was he trying to do coin a term like George W. did, the coalition of the willing, and he like stumbled? Was he going to say coalition of the unwilling or the forced, forced into?
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, I guess so. I mean, if you look at, the Greek military, Turkey has the second largest military in NATO. So, like, Turkey is no joke, if a kinetic war does actually pop off. So, what I want people to, think about is if there is that confrontation between both of them, how is that going to reshape alliances in the region? So there used to be a huge problem between Saudi Arabia and Iran, and I'm not saying all the tensions have gone away, but they are both members of BRICS right now. So, we should pay attention to what's happening, and then also recognize that it is also possible that all that is a show, because Turkey does actually work with Israel behind the scenes too. So I'm not saying for sure this is going to happen, but I do think it's possible. And I'm always asking the question, how long can they really keep forcing Israel down the throat of Americans? Because, people are getting tired of it right now. So, when I look at the history of foreign intervention, across the world, and the history of colonialism, it started long before Israel. And when I look at the history of how Zionism started, which we'll get into, after we play this next video, I just think, Israel is the most powerful proxy, of the establishment that we've had for a long time. So
Yeah, no, and we have to understand it is the most powerful one, but going before that historical context, how did Israel come into play in the first place? And we know about what is it called, the Havana Agreement, right?
Havara Agreement.
Havara Agreement. We know about the Belford Declaration. We know about the British Empire maneuvering this into place. So there's something before that as well. So obviously Israel isn't. Yeah.
I got a fun fact for you.
Yeah.
What if I told you that there was a religion that is the wealthiest religion in America that was Zionist before the first Zionist Congress ever happened? And do you know where the first Zionist Congress happened?
I believe it was in the 1800s.
Late 1800s,
Late 1800s.
in Switzerland.
It was in Switzerland. Okay.
Do you know what religion was founded in America in the 1800s? Can you take a guess? Mormonism.
It was Mormonism.
Oh. Saints. Do you know that the Church of Latter-day Saints was founded by a Freemason? His first name is Joseph. I forget his last name, but he was a Freemason.
No, the founder of Mormonism, his name was Joseph Smith.
Exactly, Joseph Smith. He was a Freemason, and in their doctrine, they talk about how the children of Israel have to get their land back and then usher in the end of the world, essentially. This was one of the founding principles of Mormonism, right? They took it a step further than all the other Christian religions, and they were founded before the Zionist Declaration. Now, what do those two things have in common? Freemasons and Switzerland, which is where the first Zionist Congress was held. Well, for those who don't know the history there, the year the cantons in Switzerland, which are like the states, first united and came together, was the exact same year that the Knights Templar lost control of the Holy Land. And if you look at Freemasons themselves, they say that they are a continuation of the Knights Templar after they were abolished by the church. So the timeline on the Knights Templar is particularly interesting because they lost control of the Holy Lands in the late 1200s, and they realized at that point they were going to start to lose popularity amongst the people, so their time was limited. However, they were a gigantic financial institution. They had evolved from a warrior group, essentially, that was supposed to help people take over the Holy Lands and then allow Christians to take a pilgrimage there. They had evolved from that into essentially the first international banking cartel. And that's why they became about as wealthy, arguably, as the Vatican themselves. So they had a whole lot of power. but they weren't a mainstream religion. So when they first got excommunicated, and France, started arresting them, France, which was one of the most powerful European empires at the time, forced the hand of the Catholic Church to make the rest of them illegal shortly after. And one by one, we saw the Knights Templar, places start to, fall. But not everyone enforced it legally, and all of their riches, which was mostly held in France, Germany, and Austria, had to be taken somewhere. Now, what country is in the middle of those three countries? You have Switzerland. Switzerland also happens to be where a lot of the dark money is today. You have
off the grid, right?
Exactly, or a lot of the dark money, and it also happens to be where a lot of these NGOs are based nowadays, because they're quote unquote a neutral country. Now, funnily enough, during the Second World War, what did I bring up before? The fact that the Nazis had an agreement with Zionists to get money over to Israel. Switzerland was also caught working with the Nazis and funding them, and then after
funneling,
and then all the gold that Nazi Germany collected wound up going to Switzerland after that. So, if you follow the trail from these secret societies, a lot of them lead back to the Knights Templar. And even the logo of the Skull and Bones Society, which was the society that George Bush Jr. and Sr. were both part of, and John Kerry, all of them were part of the same club. Their logo is actually a Knights Templar symbol. Though that same skull and crossbones, that also originates from the Knights Templar. That was one of the symbols that they were flying, and they had a gigantic navy actually back in those days, and they had turned to piracy, and that's where that pirate, that pirate symbol of the skull and crossbones that you see flying on ships.
Yep.
That also ties back to the Knights Templar. So I know I'm a little bit all over the place, but I'm just bringing up all of these things to point out. The last thing I want people to remember, when America was first founded, do you know the one of the main things each state had to have to be declared its own state in the founding of America? It was a Freemason lodge. In order to qualify as a state in the United States of America, you had to have a Freemason lodge there. And if you look at how the Revolutionary War started, it was started by Freemasons. The Boston Tea Party was a bunch of Freemasons who started out dumping the tea into the harbor, and then other people joined in. And in their latest documentary that's out on Gaia right now, it's literally being hosted by a guy who claims to be the current Grand Master of the Knights Templar. He takes credit for the Knights Templar founding America. And I didn't actually know that there was a lot of funds that were unaccounted for in the Revolutionary War. But if you go into the history books, I think I want to say 60 to 70% of the money that was supplied to America to fight free, to get rid of the British, history doesn't have any account of where that money came from. Well, now the current Grand Master of the Knights Templar is coming forward saying, we financed it. It was all us. So, they take credit for founding America. They call it the New Atlantis. And if you bring all it back to what's happening today, Israel would not exist if it was not for America backing them unconditionally. And last thing I'll leave you guys with, the Knights Templars headquarters was built at the same site that Al-Aqsa Mosque sits at today, that Israel wants to destroy to put up their temple. Their headquarters was at that same site. So that land has been fought over for centuries. And the same group that is tied to the secret societies that we know is throughout our government has been directly involved like in that piece of land. So these are all interesting things that I just want people to think about. And do you have that video?
I think we've been holding off on these guys. They need to see the video. It's ready to go.
Believe that they
I'm gonna cue it up. So this professor, I've seen him do work before. I like his cadence. So you guys are gonna have a chance. This is a couple minutes here. What he's gonna do, and let's just play it in its entirety. You guys can take process it. He's predicting the next 10 to 20 years and how, based on the chaos that we have purposely created around the world and all these different, you guys know, we're starting to lose fingers about how we can count all the different conflicts we've created around the globe. He's going to tie them all together. Israel is a big part of this, but it seems that with this back information you've just given us, Jay, it's going to be a little easier to understand where he's actually going here and what we can really expect in the next 10 to 20 years. Just predictive stuff, but useful information, I think, for historical context. And I think it's worth the watch. So let's take a look, and then we'll do one more final thought on this before we take out. Here we go.
Freemasons believe that they are of the Enlightenment, and they practice a new philosophy called theism. It's an Enlightenment philosophy. So the idea is that God did create the world, the universe. That's why we are here. But then God left. And now, because of free will, free choice, we can do whatever we want. Okay? And our mission is basically to achieve godhood through science, through open debate, through rational thinking. And what are the signs of godhood? How do we know that we've become God? When we're able to do three things, okay? The first thing is to warp reality, manipulate the essence of matter. And we've been able to do that because of something called the nuclear bomb, right? So we've achieved that. So in other words, the nuclear bomb was a Freemason project to achieve godhood. But not only that, after they achieved the nuclear bomb, they had to use it to show that they are God, right? Because as we discussed before, at the end of World War II, the Americans were firebombing Japan. The war was over. They didn't have to drop the bomb, but they dropped the bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's number one. Number two is they need to kill a king to show that they are God. Because the king is divinity, right? God gives birth to kings, only gods can kill a king. And who did they kill? JFK. Okay, again, this is conspiracy theory, okay? And the third thing, which a God does, is create life. Okay? And this is something that they haven't done yet. But we can imagine what this is. This is AI. We can also guess where this AI will take place. Let's look at a map. This is the equator. 33 degrees north of the equator are 4 places. Now, 33 degrees is very important in Freemasonry. There are 33 degrees in Scottish Rite Freemasonry. It's a very sacred number. The first place is Trinity Site, New Mexico in America, which is where they tested the atomic bomb. Okay? You go over across the Pacific to Japan. 33 degrees north is Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 33 degrees north in America is Dallas, Texas, where they killed JFK. So the last mission of Freemasons to achieve their vision for the world is creating AI, right? Now the question is, where would they do it? And the answer is 33 degrees north of the equator, right? And where's that? Jerusalem. So this is the end game, guys. The Freemasons will create artificial intelligence in Jerusalem. And this will become the world government. Again, this is just conspiracy theory. Don't believe this. This is just for fun, okay? But if it happens like this, then that's interesting, okay? But that is the grand plan, to create a world government in Jerusalem. And where's the center of this world government? Solomon's Temple. Because the Freemasons believe that their founder was the one who created Solomon's Temple. So by recreating Solomon's Temple, you close the circle, okay? So again, this is very complicated, and I don't want to get too many things wrong, but this is the general gist of it. And so what we can see is that all roads lead to Jerusalem. Now that is the case, okay? Then this helps us to understand certain things about the world that otherwise don't make any sense. All right, so let's go over them.
So I'll just let me just throw in before you do your final wrap up on this, Jay. I'll just say this: there's more to this guy. I'm gonna now figure out more about this dude because I've seen him speak, and I know there was a part 2 to this that I thought we were gonna get to here, but this was the backstory. The next thing he does, I'm gonna have to find it after the show, but it's like a 10 to 20 year prediction what's coming, and it's all focused around what he just set up in this clip. So I would say let's look. I want to look for that part 2 and give people a chance to see that, and that's based on all the chaos that we're creating. And I loved his last line where he says, "This makes things make sense because nothing actually makes sense until you realize all roads do lead back this way." I'll pass it over to you, but I see our audience is definitely appreciating this information, Jay. So thank you on behalf of everyone.
Yeah, no problem. And I like a lot of the conversations that Professor Jiang is starting, and he does a great job, tying into, the setup. Now, whether or not it plays out like that, I don't know if it's going to play out exactly like that, because there's so much anger being directed at Israel right now that it's hard for me to imagine how they're going to keep it up. So I do think his setup is correct and his reasoning is correct. However, the only point I would say I disagree with him on, maybe slightly, and this is just my opinion, this is just a hunch of what I think could happen. I think we could get a good guy versus bad guy scenario where Israel goes full heel and then winds up becoming the bad guy, and that world government may actually be based somewhere else, and it'll likely be based somewhere that's been considered neutral. So, whether that happens to be somewhere like Switzerland, or what I'm seeing with Trump's national security strategy, pulling those countries out of NATO, Italy, Hungary, Austria, I don't know. When I follow the money, a lot of money also leads back to the Vatican. So could it wind up happening in Italy? I don't know. But long story short, what he's saying is entirely possible. And the destabilization that he goes on to talk about in Pax Judaica, which is the video you're mentioning, where he ties in all the conflicts, it still sets up the same end result. It still sets up a similar situation. It's just a question is, well, is the center of this going to be in Israel, or is it going to be, somewhere else? But I think he's onto something, and the conversations he's starting are definitely great. So I do appreciate his perspective a lot.
Absolutely. Thanks for sharing this with us, Jay. And then the Mormon tie, I'm going to remember that's the one takeaway for me, because I've known Mormonism in my life, and I understand that methodology is exactly like this. It's your mission is to become a god of your own planet. That's the Mormon way. So to hear that this is exactly what the Freemasons are saying, your quest with free will is to obtain godliness and godlike power, and that's where the nuclear bomb. It all makes sense. I love that you've connected this for us.
And just look it up. The Church of Latter-day Saints is the wealthiest church in America. Like America, they have more money than the Catholic Church. Now, overall, the Catholic Church is still wealthier, but they have a gigantic, financial influence over here. So, it's definitely something people should ask more questions about and pay attention to. And when I found out that the founder of it was a Freemason, that just kind of blew my mind a little bit, because that was something I recently came across too. So, I think we need to connect all the dots and then recognize that a lot of them lead back to the Knights Templar. And again, I don't want this to come off as me saying every single person who's involved in any of these organizations is bad, because I do believe that freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, and, the pursuit of liberty are all great goals. And the truth is, those are in our Constitution, and a lot of that was written by Freemasons. And these are, goals that they claim to hold close to their hearts. And, the Knights Templar themselves come up with, they say they believe in the concept of Christ consciousness. When you boil it down, it's essentially when people come together and agree on an end goal, we can do pretty much anything we want. So I agree with a lot of the things they say. It's just that when I look at some of these world events and what's been happening in the world, I have questions about corruption at the very top of those organizations. So this is not to disparage anyone who's part of any of those organizations. I just have questions about whether or not it's being weaponized for bad purposes. And sorry, last little thing. If you guys remember the whistleblower, who went to jail for exposing the CIA, John, Kirikow. I was in a space with him recently, and I asked him about the influence of secret societies, like, in our intelligence agencies. And he told me directly, well, they happen to be in very powerful positions in all of our intelligence agencies.
Imagine that.
Yeah. So now the question is, who's really at the top? Is it Zionists at the top, and are they weaponizing the Freemasons and secret societies, or is it them and they're weaponizing Zionists? The debate is out, but we do know Zionism is a terrorist ideology that needs to be addressed regardless, and we can debate who's at the top. I'm just saying, guys, let's not put the entire focus only on that one ideology, and let's remember it can't work unless they have collaborators and
Well
enablers.
said, Jay. Gonna take that right into the new year with us here. Happy holidays to you, Mazel Tov, and Shabbat Shalom, and everything else we need to say to keep our donor class happy and not canceling us. So yeah, just wanted to
Did
throw
you
that
do your
out to you.
loudest voice of the week yet?
No, we're gonna tag that on at the end. Yeah,
And I can't even end how I wanted it to, man. But I won't kill the lead for your story. But yeah, that Dave, you're doing the Dave Chappelle
We're gonna
thing
do
for
mic
the
drop.
loudest?
We're gonna do mic drop for loudest voice. Yes.
Oh
Mic.
dang! It
No.
was a Dave Chappelle thing.
No,
Oh,
it
man.
is.
Oh,
It
it
is.
is. Oh, okay.
He does.
All right,
You
all
know
right.
the mic drop. He does
Yeah.
that at the end. At the end.
That
We're
code
gonna-
word, man. That
we're gonna
code
do
word.
it.
I think we all need to adopt that. That he's gonna talk about. That was pretty funny, man. But
No, it's a good one, and it was
Yeah.
your suggestion to get that in as the loudest voice. So we've already spoiled it, but it's a good one to go. It's our last one for the year, so we'll have a fun one at the end of the show. But we do have our next guest coming in here, our next co-host here in a moment here. So let's just go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you, Jay.
Yep. Follow me on Twitter at JS Ascension, like you see right there. And if you want to decentralize power so we can actually take the power out of the hands of Zionist secret societies, all that good stuff, just take a look at We the People. That's WTPnational.com. And we can start to get to the core of the problem in the country, which in my opinion is the centralization of power. If we put power back in the hands of the people, I think we can start to make progress. So with that being said, appreciate you, Matt. Merry Christmas. We'll be in touch soon.
Mazel tov, my friend. See you next time. Okay.
Later.
Bye. Yep. That's Jay Scott, everybody. I got to put my hat on again and let everyone know to make sure you do your Shabbat Shalom and junk drawer. Put your phone in the junk drawer this weekend after Christmas, because we got to do what Charlie Kirk did, and Shabbat Shalom every opportunity you get on this festive, very Merry Christmas special we're doing today. And I see you guys have a lot of comments in here, and we're going to get to you. Those that weren't able to, I appreciate the Rumble rants and the super chats. You guys are awesome. And we did throw those in a little earlier, the ones that had come in. Any more come in, we'll get you to the front of the line, and we're going to do talking back with you after our next segment. But we've been looking forward to this segment for a while. So let's, without further ado, and yeah, guys, we will get to you. So hold tight, and we will be doing talking back. And as we said with Jay, we have loudest voice of the week coming up after that. So still a lot more show here, including this next segment, which I said I am very excited to do this and have this conversation today with our next co-host for the day. Please welcome back to the show. You know you love her. Please welcome back Kelley Lane.
Hello.
Hey, Kelley.
Where'd the hat go?
Oh, you know what? You're right. Let's just keep that on. It's fun.
I've got Christmas lights.
And we got the lights. There we go. There we go. We have to
I
make
thought
sure
maybe you were going to play the Dave Chappelle thing, or did you already?
No, we're saving that for the
Oh,
end.
for the
We're gonna
end.
do
Okay.
we do a loudest voice of the week. That's been interesting. It's been the most popular segment on our YouTube channel. It's really interesting. Every time we put a loudest voice, not so much on Rumble, but our YouTube audience is loving our loudest voice. And generally they're generally doing something free Palestine-ish, or challenging censorship in some way, calling something out in that regard. And that audience is loving it. I think our Rumble audience, we might be shortchanging them because a lot of them focus more on our medical freedom movement stuff. And it's been so repetitious, so we haven't done so much because it's the same thing over and over. But I guess you could say that about the Palestine stuff. You could say it's the same. They keep murdering people. It's the same, right? So it's the same disappointment. Nothing's getting done. But we try to cover everything the best we can and not miss anything. But it is interesting that different platforms have different preferences that they go to. So it's but we love every one of our audiences. We love everyone on all the platforms.
And that's your second YouTube or multiple YouTube channels, right?
That is our second YouTube channel. The first one got terminated.
Mhm.
And we had to correct this because I think we had some viewers assume that we had gotten to this status where they needed to knock us off the mountain. And I wanted to tell people that don't understand this. Our first channel didn't even barely get going. They got us, they cut us off just as we had a couple videos be seen. We weren't even monetized. It was so people assume, oh, why would they do that to someone who's not even so no,
It's
we're
just
much
certain
further.
certain words, right, that you were saying, I guess.
It's not just it's that for some reason, because we were having particular people we were engaging with, I'll just throw out a name. The first strike we got was on an interview with Dr. Shiva. And they said it was medical misinformation. That was the first strike we got. And you know, he had his channel, and we were double streaming, so his channel did not get a strike. Mine did. It was the exact same thing on both channels, like literally the exact same thing. We had nobody at the time. That was like my first. I had a presidential candidate interview. Like it was the first time I had a guy on the show that was like, you know, I'm going to interview a presidential candidate. We were very young, very fresh, and they chopped us off at the knees. So this is what people need to know.
Sorry, my dog is saying hello.
Oh, hey.
He's usually very quiet. You have
Oh.
to be quiet. This is McGregor. Say hi, McGregor.
Nice. Hey, McGregor.
Sorry.
No.
He just came up here and wanted my attention all the
That's
time.
all good. That's
You
all
like
good. We
him?
appreciate the
Okay.
little family
Can't do that now.
engagement during
Sorry.
the holiday times. Very cool. Yeah, well, let's get serious now. Let's get serious.
So I put a couple clips there, but I'm sorry, I didn't have time to cut that one down, but you could always just stop it at like the one that says Tucker and Nate, that's like 2 minutes and 43 seconds, I think, of him talking to Judge Knapp about sort of what we discussed. I don't know which order you want to do this in, but that was kind of the other reason, not just money, why, you know, we do what Israel wants, but I was kind of getting into the religious stuff with like about Huckabee. And then the other clip is just one I found. It's kind of it's one from Randy Credico's show. I don't think he'd mind me sharing it. Colonel Larry Wilkerson. It's kind of how I'm feeling now about the whole Charlie Kirk situation, which I think we mentioned in the chat, but I just feel like it's gone completely off the deep end.
Yeah.
Like, you know, well,
Okay.
I'll let you lead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of us are frustrated right now because we are in this space where we thought more people would get upset, more people would get angry. You know, you can do the if there's Jay does this a lot. He does like the mute on your side.
I'm doing that. Sorry, I'm also asking my daughter to come get me.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. It's holiday time. We know how it goes. Okay. So yeah, I'll reset this. So basically, of course, yes, we are all concerned about something like the Charlie Kirk situation, that we would assume as more people started paying attention, as more people started noticing, it would be moving in a direction of being louder, being more angry, more holding people accountable, holding the FBI accountable, holding the TPUSA people accountable, and getting some freaking answers. We're not getting that. We're getting the opposite. It's very frustrating, to say the least. And we want to look at this, Kelley, and I'm glad you brought this to the table today, because we're kind of at this impasse. We're at this place where we have voices like Tucker and Candace. They say the right things. Particularly Candace has been on this very intently. But yet there's people thinking at this point, and I don't blame them. I'm on the fence about it, but this idea that maybe this has all been controlled opposition, and there's a mechanism in place that is there deliberately to make us think somebody's working on our behalf to get to the truth, but it's never going to actually happen because anybody in a position of power has already been captured. I think that's where we don't want to go, but we kind of have to. So let me pass it to you. Where do we want to start on this? I know you have a similar concern on your end.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first thing I'm going to say is I've been watching a couple of different accounts on Twitter that I felt like were doing some real investigative work. There's one, I think it's Diligent. I can't remember his whole account. You probably know what I'm talking about.
I think I know the one you mean.
Yeah, he was someone else I know that I trust that's very neutral said, hey, they've been hosting some spaces and go in there and check it out. And that guy was actually there on the ground and like walked the campus at some point just after. But I came in one of the spaces, I think it was Friday, and started asking some questions. And there was another military guy in there, and he was saying, look, this story of the guy that Candace had on, that, you know, I guess his name isn't really Mitch, whatever it is, something Snow, I think is his real name now, but we've learned. But this military guy and another guy, he goes by Valhalla, Nate on YouTube, who was a Green Beret, they're saying, what this guy's saying does not add up. And so this military guy was in this Twitter space trying to tell Diligent, whatever his name is, you know, look, this isn't adding up. And they just didn't want to hear it. They were just shutting it down. And then I started asking questions because to me, the number one thing is trying to figure out the ballistics of the shot. That we can't, all this other stuff is kind of hard to know, right? But at least we could maybe figure out what direction it came from. And I realized that most of the, I guess, you know, all these ballistics guys on YouTube have focused when they talked about from behind, it was off to the right, right? And I wondered, because, you know, we saw afterwards they paved over immediately, and they were also doing stuff with the windows and maybe the mural that was up above behind.
Yeah, well, they did that immediately, and then you had the SIM card. That was another thing. Immediately
Right.
took the SIM card out. They said we didn't want it to get stolen. We're like, why wouldn't you just take the whole camera? People don't steal SIM cards; they steal cameras.
Right.
So and the cement thing, I think that was a huge red flag. Why would you be allowed to clean up and pave over a crime scene within 48 hours? It doesn't make sense. That should be everything right there. And that's
Right.
yeah.
So I was thinking, you know, what about directly behind him, but over kind of to, which would be his left, the other side? Because remember they said there was a guy in tactical gear kind of on the other end of that. I think they called it the Hall of Flags, which was kind of behind that screen window mural or whatever it was. So on that other end, the people were distracted by somebody up on the roof. And I wondered, could something have happened further down the hall? You know, like right behind, like you can cut a hole in glass. I mean, you can, you know what I mean? Like something behind that mural screen thing. And so I wondered, has anybody looked into that? It's something I hadn't heard. Like, when was that thing put up in the hallway? Is that a normal thing that's usually there? Just aside, we hadn't heard much about that. So as soon as I start bringing this up, I got shut down immediately.
With the people that you thought were in your lane trying to
Just
ask these questions. They
yeah,
were,
but he was like, I was there and I didn't even get out fully. Like, I was like, well, what about, you know, you've got this window covering. Somebody could, I mean, just in theoretically, that could have been somewhere to look. And he just shut me down immediately. And the other thing I noticed was not just that account, but another one. And I hate to call people out by name, but I think it's called Project Constitution or something. They also had been seemingly pretty objective. I know they're kind of, you know, right wing, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, who cares?
But they too just started putting out all just this stuff that was not on the level journalistically. You know, like making statements that this is definitely true, or this is, you know, and all this stuff about this guy who he may have seen. We know he was on the base, and I kind of thought from the beginning that when the military people were saying what Mitch was saying wasn't lining up, that maybe I don't know, maybe he's got some mental health issues, and he was there, and that's what it looks like we see from the report, that he was there. We know that, but everything else that he's claimed, we don't know that that's real. So it's just all gone sideways, and that's why at this point, I think I'm at a point where I'm sorry about my dog.
No, we're fine. We can hear you fine.
I'm at a point where after spending 3 months really paying a lot of attention to this, and I know you know, I hardly knew who Charlie Kirk was prior to this. I knew he had
Isn't that the best place to start? See,
I think so.
That's the part that we got into some conflict with people that had too much. They had too much of a association with him beforehand, so they were going from that starting place. You and I'm with you. I mean, I knew who he was, but I didn't have a strong opinion because I just didn't. He just wasn't in my eye line with all the other stuff going on. I figured we'd get to him at some point. There'd be a story about him, but then this happened. I'm like you. I was like, I got to look into this. And I didn't wait. I said, we got to get into this immediately. Like now, I want to know what the hell's going on immediately. And right away, I was like, Israel. Oh, whoa. Right away. Like I was like, oh, look at the timeline. And then I was like, hey guys, check this out. Look at the time. They're like, no, we don't care what he did in the last couple weeks of his life. We care that he did other horrible stuff. But we're like, what? Yeah, but this is what we do. We look at patterns of behavior and the changing of behavior, and we look at how that's what we do with our. Anyway, so you and I started from the same place.
And I actually saw like a couple minutes when he was on Tucker Carlson. It was July 21st that it posted, and as soon as he kind of said, he's very religious, he's something in the year of our Lord 2025, I was like, okay, I'm out. No offense to anybody religious, I knew I wasn't really interested in the interview with him. But when he was assassinated, I went back and I watched the entire thing, and I was just flabbergasted because, and I made those clips. I've got one that's 2 minutes long, but he's really zeroing in on the intelligence agencies and specifically about Russiagate. So this didn't even really touch on Israel. So do you want to play that one?
No, let's get to, because I want to look at the part you're bringing up, the people that kind of threw you a curveball.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going on? Like, let's look at that. I want to know who are we losing in this fight for good journalism and critical thinking?
I think some of these.
Which one?
The clip I have, the second part is the guy named Nate, and it's Valhalla on YouTube. I think he's really good, actually.
Do you want me to play this one that you have, Tucker Nate? Is that one?
Yeah, it's long though. If you want to skip, I wonder if we can skip up to.
I can do that.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's like it's 2:43, I think, is where Nate starts. And I'll just tell you, anybody who knows who he is or doesn't, he's a former Republican, now an independent. And he's really on this, the split on the right over Israel. He's on the side, America first. But he's very methodical in his analysis. And he was the one that's a former Green Beret and said this makes no sense what Candace's, military guy was saying. But this is just some other things that he was pointing out. I thought this was very interesting.
We'll take a look. We'll watch for a few minutes or see what happens.
Good. That's not my job. Your job is to make us look good. Our job is not to make you look good, American Jews. What do you have to worry about? Your job is to make us look good. And here's how you do it. Every one of us has to serve 3 years in the Army, 2 years in the Army, some of us 5 years, and then for the rest of our lives, you have got to serve 2 or 3 years in the army of words. You've got to learn to fight the political battle, which is even more important at this point than the military battle that we are. We'll fight the military battle. We're not asking you necessarily to come and be lone soldiers.
We're just asking for, $30 billion a year in bombs to do it. But,
although some of you can, you've got to learn how to fight back on the campuses, how to make the arguments. Now, they keep shifting. The ground keeps shifting under us. They keep changing the language. Intersectionality wasn't even a word 10 years ago. Now suddenly it's intersectionality. You've got to stay on top of it. And you know how we train for the Army? We don't train for defensive warfare. If the war against Israel ever had to be fought on Israeli soil, do I have to tell you? It's an impossibility.
Do you know why it's an impossibility? Do you know how disgusting what she's saying there is? Do you guys really understand how disgusting what she's saying there is?
Yeah, what is?
Do you know why what she's saying there is that the war...
I'm sorry, I'm just pause it. So his analysis of because we've seen this. I think we've seen this clip. This is the education, right? This is the education of how you manipulate the masses. With
it is, but right? Just play another like 30 seconds. You'll hear what he says.
So he's going to go off a different path.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I'm waiting for the Okay, so,
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. I want to hear it because so far he's saying the thing I would. Yeah. Okay. Let's see where he goes with this.
Will never be fought on their soil. Do you guys know why? There you go. Somebody's got it immediately. Yes, this is why. She is saying the war will never be fought on our soil. And the Samson option is essentially that if the world were to turn on our greatest ally, they will just fucking nuke everyone. They'll destroy the world. That's in their strategy. Legitimately. So that's what she's talking about. If it ever comes to it, they'll just destroy the world. I think at some point we have to ask ourselves, how is a country that speaks like that an ally to anyone? How are they an ally to America? How are they an ally to Europe, to fucking anyone? Imagine if America talked like that. Like, oh, you don't do what we want, we'll blow the whole world up. What? Imagine if any other country talked like that. If China...
Okay, I'm going to pause there. Am I missing something here?
No. So he goes into and he plays a clip from, it's just a couple weeks ago, where maybe you've seen it, where some of the pastors and stuff were there, and they're discussing using a blackboard, which is like the educational, what do you call it? Like at Harvard and all these universities. Have you seen that clip?
I'm blanking on that one. I might have.
Okay, well, I mean, if you play it, he'll pull it up. I would say just play the rest of it, and then we can be done with the clips. But you'll see.
Talk like that. Russia doesn't talk like that. China doesn't talk like that. America.
Is it not playing?
North Korea doesn't talk like that. North Korea does not talk like that. What the fuck are we talking about here? It's so fucking crazy that this is just allowed. They just can say this shit, and we're supposed to all be like, yep, just threaten the world with destruction. But if that doesn't work, well, they got a different strategy. This is a big one that's happening right now, and this was, I believe, this week.
You're going to train 100,000 Christian ambassadors to be ambassadors in their own country for the state of Israel, to defend Israel's brand and to combat anti-Semitism. Now, the beautiful part about this is we're partnering with Blackboard. Blackboard is the largest platform in the world, serving Harvard, Yale, all the major universities. The vice president of Blackboard is here. It's a $2.3 billion company. Would you stand, please? Would you give him a hand? Using adaptive learning technology. So we'll train these wonderful Christian evangelicals so that they can fulfill what I am doing for the state of Israel.
Okay, so he was watching that clip. I have heard that. It does sound familiar.
That happened this week in Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu sitting right there with 1,000 evangelical pastors.
So this is lagging on my end.
Why did the Congress?
Okay, well, let's just
yeah.
We'll remove that. What? Just can you? I'm missing because we know about the Samson option. We know that's something that is in their doctrine. It's something that has been referenced. We've seen how that is used as leverage to force relationships out of fear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what, and the idea he set up the hypothetical, what if we were doing that, or if another country was doing that? It doesn't seem there's any practical way that they could get away with it. Why is Israel able to get away with it? Am I missing, is there a part of his analysis that you feel didn't line up with the stuff we talked about on our show and we talk like in our
Oh,
conversations?
no, not at all. No, not
Okay.
at all. So what I had done is I put together a clip. The beginning part is Tucker and Judge Knapp discussing Huckabee, and that it is about AIPAC money, and then it's, you know, it's religious based. It's this Samson option, and then this guy was going into the same thing. So no, he is just a podcaster that has been covering the story, you know, for a long time and has been really good and very skeptical. So no, I think he actually has really good analysis. So that
Okay.
that's all really that was about. I haven't
Okay.
seen anything recently, but I know that he, as a former Green Beret, was questioned a lot
Okay.
of the story.
I do think we're having a connection issue on your end a little bit. We might be. You're freezing up a bit. Okay. Why don't we do this? Because I think you're frozen here. Why don't you do a little
And I think he is, you know, and you're seeing. I'm sorry, Matt. I think I have a lag on my end.
Yeah.
Here.
Yes, there's a little lag going. It's okay. We'll figure this out. If you want to try, sometimes we try coming in and out. Maybe you can come in and out and we'll try that. Okay, we're going to see if that works. I'll take you off of this. Okay, there we go. So you're going to come in and out. So yeah, this is a topic that does require attention when we don't want to just brush this aside. Obviously that the clip, you know, Kelley was trying to put together that would show us a little more like where we can question the people and how they analyze this stuff, and is there a different ulterior motive and going on? But we can look closer at this. If Kelley comes back in, I did want to check the part that I think is most important to point out, and she mentioned Huckabee. We're going to get that. I'm going to cue that up on my own so she can come back in here. We're at least going to tag that part on before we wrap the segment up. So here's what I'm going to do. There is something about Tucker discussing the difference of Zionism that's based on politics versus another motive of that philosophy, or that another motive of that mindset, which is not necessarily just political. Okay, so I'm going to bring Kelley back in. Okay, we'll see if this works now.
Sorry about that. I couldn't.
No.
The clip was lagging, and I couldn't see what part you were on, and it was just all. Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, well, I got what I have is a clip of Huckabee himself acting like a nut job, and I think that what we can do here to just kind of tag on to this discussion, which I think it's an ongoing discussion, Kelley, as far as, and we've had it all day today. We've had it with Craig Pasta on earlier. Jay, we've been talking about how can we detect controlled opposition? How can we? I think the thing that we just got to stay true to who we are as journalists and as critical thinkers,
right?
That we never hero worship anyone. We learned our lesson from Bernie. We learned our lesson. Like we don't do that. So it doesn't matter if at the end of the day, Tucker, Candace, these other people might have something above them that's keeping them in a particular lane to keep us, you know, focused on one thing but miss another thing. We're not going to fall for it. We're gonna give them credit when they get something right, and then when they let something fall to the side, we're gonna do it anyway. So we're gonna cover. So I'm okay with that part of it. So I don't. So if there's signs that people are, why are they letting that go? Why are they changing on this? Why are they disappearing on that? I want to know. We will bring it to people's attention, but we won't abandon them if they get something right. We will still let people know, hey, they got this right. That's where I'm at. So I'm not too concerned about that part.
Yeah.
The part I am concerned about is this new thing that I guess that Tucker was talking about when it comes to understanding the mind of a Zionist or somebody who has this political ideology. He's saying it's not necessarily politically motivated. Tucker is saying that this can be what is the term he uses? It's
metaphysical or something, he says. Yeah.
Yes, he says it's not necessarily a political problem. It might be a metaphysical problem. So let's let's hear him break that down. And I got a Huckabee clip. Can I? Let me just find. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to share screen if I can find it on my end, because I think I know the one you were talking about.
Yeah, if you can't, the beginning of the one that we just played, but maybe I don't know what.
Well, it got when you came in and out, it got taken off of the.
Yeah,
so
I can put it back. That's Tucker and Judge Knapp, and they mention Pollard, the guy that was the spy that I guess Huckabee is buddied up with. Pollard, I think he spent time in prison for selling secrets to Israel or something. I don't know the whole story. They just mentioned him.
The spy. What's his name?
Pollard, Jonathan Pollard.
Okay. I might be able to find this.
Okay, well, I'm going to put that up again. If you want to play it, it's the first 2 minutes and 43 seconds is what matters. I just, all right, hold on. I'll get it up here. I should have split those. It probably wouldn't have been hanging up if I had done that. So
yeah, it's okay.
But no, I think that I hear what you're saying about take what some people say. If they get something right, that's great. But I am concerned about the accounts on Twitter that have been really kind of doing a good job and then like steering people. I feel like steering people into the and pushing stuff that's not obviously not with journalistic integrity. And it made me kind of realize, well, if this is a big, operation, of course they would have had accounts and people like that
Benjamin.
on Twitter.
When this starts, I'm not understanding how to get this out of the. Oh, there we go. Now it's full screen. That I had a problem with this before. Okay.
Okay.
This starts right. Yeah, it was very bizarre. It was not all that white space. But now, okay, let's play the beginning of this and give people an idea what this mindset is, and then I'm gonna follow it up with an example from Huckabee himself and what it looks like when you're stuck with this psychological. It's a metaphysical problem, as Tucker Carlson says. Let's check it out. Here we go.
In a 58-minute speech. Is it because their campaigns are funded by AIPAC?
It's such a tough question. I had the smartest conversation, deepest conversation I ever had about this was with Jeff Sachs. And he said, yeah, it's the money. Of course, there is blackmail. There are threats. That's all real. It's real the world over. It's not just Israel. It does that. But there's something deeper. There's like almost a spell. I mean, Huckabee, for example. You really think Huckabee is being threatened? Huckabee's being paid?
No, Mike is more the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. than he is the U.S. ambassador to Israel.
Of course. But he's become a zealot.
I see ads on Newsmax that Mike makes while he's the U.S. ambassador for selling Israel First trinkets.
Right. So it's so degrading to the office, to the State Department, to the U.S. government, to all of us as Americans, to have someone like Huckabee advocating for a foreign country as he's supposed to be advocating for ours. Like, that is degrading. What is this? And I look at him and I see a man under a spell. I mean this, and I'll be mocked for it, but I mean it. I think, and that's what Jeff Sachs, who's a pretty secular guy, I think, but he said, I've watched this for 40 years. There's no practical, conventional explanation for some of this behavior. I think he is under a spell. He is not thinking clearly at all. When he stands up and says, God will destroy our country if we don't support Bibi, it's like, how could someone ever say something like that? And I don't know the answer, but I think it's more metaphysical than political.
Well, you talk about embracing.
I'm just going to stop there. We can continue. So this is his analysis of Huckabee, which I never thought of before I heard him say this, that when you talk about metaphysical, this is the kind of a psychiatric. Is he getting into kind of like it's beyond it's beyond the political and ideological belief system. It goes into something that we can't really put our finger on. It goes into like this. He's saying metaphysical. How do we even define that? But does that start to make somebody like Huckabee make more sense to us, that he's not just playing we talk about tribal politics all the time. He's not playing tribal politics. He's actually something has been warped in his mind in a way that I guess this term comes from, this metaphysical problem. What's your take on that, Kelley? Oh, I guess you got to put the mute back off.
Sorry, I've got a major like lag on everything for some reason, and I did hit unmute. But anyway, no, I think Tucker just means religious, and I think maybe he's hesitant because I mean he's openly religious Christian himself, but not this extremist evangelical that thinks Jerusalem, they have to be back there for the second coming, and I mean that's what I took it to mean, that maybe he didn't want to say extreme religious evangelical, but that's what it is. I mean, that's how I read that.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't want to insult religion, all Christianity, but the Huckabees and the Turning Point USA people who've really gone off the deep end, the real religious right in this country, I think that's what he's referring to. And that's who Huckabee appeals to and represents.
Sure. So you're kind of freezing up, but we can hear you fine. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this for our viewers so they can see an example of this. And there is something very what he's making a distinction between somebody like Ted Cruz, who he sat down. When we saw Ted Cruz's behavior of how he was defending a tribe, defending a particular Zionist donor class. He was defending this thing that he was a puppet of and had to say these things. And he was maneuvering and snaking and trying to beat Tucker. He couldn't, but he was trying at all costs. With Huckabee, watch this clip and let's see if you can see the difference between Huckabee in this clip and if you remember Ted Cruz going one-on-one against Tucker. There's a different thing that they're doing. Huckabee might not be playing tribal, ideological politics here with his Zionism. It might be something, as Tucker says, metaphysical. Check it out.
Where does that come from? There's a difference between dumb and ignorant. Dumb is that a person cannot process information. They just don't have the capacity. They don't have an operating system, if I put it in computer language. Ignorance is that the data isn't there. What we're dealing with is not an operating system problem. It's a data problem. We have not downloaded the proper data, the true data into the minds of younger people. And we've assumed that they're going to grow up intellectually curious and intellectually honest, and that they will look for themselves, but they're not. That's the problem. They're not looking. They're taking at face value what some podcaster says, and the result is absolutely dangerous.
And so without second thought, you might think this is no different than a Ted Cruz. What I'm saying is, I think he fully believes that his mind is in an honest place, and that people that are looking at what he says podcasters, but actual footage, like literally footage of genocide on their phones. What he's saying is they don't have access to what his mind has. His mind has access to something. That's what he's saying. It's much different than a Ted Cruz who's defending his donors and defending this thing where he's going to get slapped on the wrist if he doesn't do the thing he was supposed to go into Tucker and teach him a lesson, and he couldn't do it. And he was sweating bullets. Meanwhile, this guy's sitting here going, we got to open them to the thing. Like, I'm open. We're going to give them the right information. What does he mean by the right? What is that? Is that his donors talking to him, or is he somewhere else metaphysically, as Tucker would say?
Well, see, I was expecting to hear more religious stuff in this clip, honestly,
Right.
because when I hear this isolated clip, he doesn't sound any different than Hillary Clinton to me. Of like, we've got this problem with podcasters, and we don't want people to figure out information for themselves. So I'm actually, from that clip, I just hear the same.
It is Hillary Clinton. Well, we've talked about Hillary Clinton sounding more like they're all the same. They're all the same. Does she have this problem, or is she defending a donor class? But
I don't think she's religious at all. It's all no.
Okay, so she's just doing
that's not the vibe I get from her. Yeah. But I do think I would have thought Ted Cruz was kind of in that same camp religiously, but I don't know all of those details. But
he just looks like he's sweating bullets every time he tries to defend he's like stuttering. He's like, why would you ask me that? He's like all over the place about Iran. I don't need to know who's in Iran before we bomb the crap out of them. Why are you giving me a multiple choice questionnaire, Tucker? Like, but Huckabee has this like, no, we have to like open our minds to the thing that they just don't have access. We got to give them access, you know?
Well, then that is maybe the religious stuff. They
Yeah.
just, they're believers and they feel like, you know, if other people would just tune into that, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, I think that, you know, if anything, the Charlie Kirk assassination will end everyone learning about AIPAC owning Congress. You know, Massey saying he's the only one without an AIPAC babysitter. It has really split the right. And, you know, I've always felt that not all of the people that voted for Trump were these right-wing nationalist Christian people. That it was a lot of people that believed, you know, he would maybe end wars or whatever. But this has definitely split those camps, and they're not happy with him at all. The people on, you know, kind of the Nate, the guy I showed you on that side, which I think is encouraging, because that says to me that there really is hope for, you know, an independent and third parties maybe to come forward, because this happening has kind of split in the same way that I think what happened in 2016 split, you know, the Democrats, and people left the Democratic Party saying no more. I know I did. So, I mean, that's kind of what I see has happened here. But I don't know if you, I've got one more clip if you want to play it if you wanted to wrap up. Like I said, after watching all this stuff about Israel and the Kirk assassination for months, I think I'm at a point where I agree with what Colonel Larry Wilkerson says in this clip, that I think we're not ever going to know. And he talks about the Warren Commission, and I think that's really frustrating, because we know that what is being told isn't from the feds is not adding up, but I don't know who we can trust.
Right.
So
okay, well, let's hear a little bit from Larry Wilkerson here.
yeah, and this is from Randy Credico's show, just to
Poirot's formulation, motive, method, and means. And the motive, the method, and the means, to me, points straight at Israel and straight at Bibi Netanyahu for having ultimately authorized it, because if you put everything together in terms of the surrounding milieu, that's what comes out first for me. And that's also what comes out of the 6-page letter and out of different people's testimony about it, about everyone from Tucker Carlson to others who've commented on the assassination and the reason for it, although no one really will come out and say that it was Mossad or some other entity. Could have been some private shooter hired by Israel. But I can't come to any other conclusion, just as I can't come to any other conclusion after studying the Warren Commission and many things that have been written about it, that there wasn't a conspiracy to kill Jack Kennedy, and that it wasn't very successful. It was very successful, including to get the Warren Commission to whitewash it completely. And I think this one will be, I don't think we'll ever know who killed Charlie Kirk.
I don't think we'll ever know who killed Charlie Kirk. Well, yeah, I'm starting to lean that way myself. We can try, but it's, I mean, how JFK, I mean, you know, how many years?
yeah,
so we're 3 months. We're 3 months in, guys. We're 3 months in on this one. So,
and I personally am at my limit of sort of getting down in any rabbit holes with everything going on the right and all these personnel. Like, I don't want to hear about Tim Pool. I'm sorry. It just, you know what I mean? Like, it ceased to be, I don't know what other evidence we can gather. And I think I told you in a message that I feel like something Megyn Kelly said a few weeks ago was kind of a warning to, like, hey, this is just how it's going to go. She said, our justice system is going to do what it's supposed to do here, and that's going to be it. And basically she said, like, the FBI or the case doesn't care what the public thinks. So it's going to come down to what happens in the trial, and that's it. And I think that, you know, there's enough doubt. No jury is going to convict him because there's so much doubt. And I think it was designed that way. That's just my theory. But so, okay, he'll get off. We don't know. Did you ever find out whether, did there was reward money, and there was a rumor going around that some member of his family took that. Did you ever?
I mean,
look
they
into
never
that?
confirmed it, but we thought it was supposed to be the $1 million reward to the dad. That was kind of never happened. But then, yeah, somebody said something about another family member. I didn't see any.
Yeah, we don't
on
know.
that. They could have conned them with like, hey, look out for that deposit. It's got that Zell's coming in. Just keep your eye on it, and it never comes. It could be something like that.
But I mean, if he gets off with it, right, which he should, there's not enough evidence, I don't think, to convict him, and then that's going to be end of story. And we have, I don't know. So
hey, they could be coming up with a Jeffrey Epstein situation. We don't know. The whole like, you better kill yourself before the trial because that's what people do. That for some reason become suicidal. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. What are they plotting? Maybe they can figure out a way to have a jury be like Megyn Kelly says. It's not about the truth. It's about what goes on in that courtroom. And we know time and time again what goes on in a globe. People are looking at this around the world. Whether it's whatever the case is, we know this is theater that happens in a courtroom. So whatever the script says, whether it's a 9/11 commission, whether it's or the January 6th commission, whether it's a OJ trial, whether it's a George Floyd, Derek Chauvin trial, whatever it is, there's a script in the works. So we'll see when they come up with it. They're probably doing one final draft in the writer room on this chapter, and to see if they can get it ready to go and ready for production. And
what does that do to the public? I remember when I was first interviewing candidates back in 2018, I interviewed a couple who, had been around during when all the assassinations in the 60s happened. And they said, this apathy just sort of set in because everybody just felt so demoralized and so hopeless that they couldn't change the system. And so if that's where we are again, in spite of having, how many different cameras, how many different phones, people recording everything, and despite all of that, and despite the public rising up and saying, whatever the truth is here, it's not what the feds are telling us. And so if all of that happens, it goes to court and nothing happens and we never know, what does that do to the public?
It keeps us right where they want us, right in our lane. That's it. It's and if it didn't work, if they didn't have the ability to do that, they wouldn't be spending all the money on buying Google, buying all the SEO, buying TikTok, buying all this. If it wasn't something you could get away, if we were too smart for our own good, they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't spend the money. You don't throw money away. You invest in things that will benefit you, and if you can see the benefit, then you do it. And so the benefit is, yes, we will follow the script because they spent a lot of money on it, and we're gonna sit there and take it. So that's it. Not all of us.
No, well, that's why I still say, and I know a lot of people say, the no hope in the electoral system, but if we can get some people elected that are more for transparency with our 3-letter agencies, having an organization like Bill Binney proposed in that article in Consortium News, some kind of group or organization to monitor, and then this won't keep happening. But until we have some more transparency in what the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, what all of them do, then this could just keep happening. Yeah.
Kelley Lane, thanks for coming on to the Homeless Left today on our holiday special. I hope have a good holiday. Anything you want to leave us with?
No, just thank you for having me on, and sorry about my dog barking and the tech problems, but it was great to talk to you. And I guess we all just have to keep seeking the truth, but always be wary of where it's coming from, I guess. Right.
Appreciate all your hard work and thoughtfulness and taking the time. We tend to move fast sometimes, almost too fast. I wish I could slow down sometimes on these stories. I do appreciate you do take the time. It's important. It's important to not drop things and leave things to the side. But you certainly cover all your bases, and we look forward to more conversations with you more investigations into the new year.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Bye,
Thanks,
man.
Kelly. All right. We'll see you. All right. Kelley Lane, everybody. So we have, yes, guys, we've had a good show today. We are going to come back and be with you next on Talking Back. Let me see if there was another, I think there might have been another super chat that had come up since the last one. Let me see here. We might have had one more. Yes. Oh, yes. Here we go. Citizen, one more super chat from you. Thank you so much. We'll put that on now. Merry Christmas to all. THL audience, spend it watching the NBA slate of 5 games to take your mind off Gaza for one day. I did see that lineup, and I think we might be watching a little bit of that. I think we might be, especially the Laker one. But we'll be taking a look. Yes, sometimes you got to get yourself out of this crap. Plug into something, something that's distracting just for a little bit. We can do that. We can certainly do that. Thank you so much, Citizen, again, for the awesome super chat. We really appreciate it. We'll be right back with Talking Back, more comments from you, more responses. And then we have a very special, I'll say special, because we're going to go out with a bang with one more segment. You don't want to miss it. It's the loudest voice of the week. It's our last segment of the year, although we will be back for one more top censored news special. It's actually a top censored news of the year. We'll be doing a countdown next week, but this is our last official episode. We do have one more segment after Talking Back. We'll be right back with Talking Back. I want to leave you with this. This was actually suggested by Citizen Pendejo to show this little cool, what do we call it? It's a little scene, little short that a friend of the show, Nico House, put together. Pretty cool. You got to check this out. He did a great job with it. And sometimes we got to laugh at the insanity, like the Bondi Beach witness / victim who happened to be a victim at October 7th as well. I kid you not. You guys saw us covering this. Well, Nico House did a great job with this with Hotspot. So here he is with Hotspot. Exclusive interview with the survivor of October 7th and Bondi Beach. Here we go. We'll see you guys in a few.
Mr. Ostrovsky, I want to thank you for sitting down with us for this interview after experiencing such a traumatic event at Bondi Beach. Tell us how you're feeling. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. And yeah, definitely traumatic. I mean, the bullet was like this close to hitting my brain, right? Come on. And I mean, everybody thinks that Ahmed was the hero because he took 2 bullets and stopped the shooter from killing more people. But you know it takes real courage? Stopping, dropping, and taking a selfie to post for social media to let everybody know that the mass shooting was happening and to show everybody that you're okay, right? That takes real courage. It says here that you were also at October 7th and managed to survive? Care to explain? Oh, yeah, that was crazy. So I was in vacation in Israel that day, right? And you know me, I never really been one to shy away from a good rave. So popped a molly, now I'm sweating. Had to go to my car really quick to pick up a towel. 5 hours later, I came back and whew, let's just say it's a good thing my car was super dirty and it took a long time for me to find that towel because maybe I'd be a hostage right now too. And we see how they're treating those guys. Okay, that's weird. It's also saying here that you were at 9/11 and managed to survive. How did you do that? Oh, yeah, that was wild too, right? So I was just going to the Twin Towers to handle some business, right? I get all the way to the lobby. This is how I know that we're God's chosen people and we are being protected. Because my friend pages me, says, yo, I'm in town. I'm in New Jersey right now, and I brought the van. You know, the one from back in the day. So I go to New Jersey, and we start a dance-off. We get into a dance-off, just like we used to do in the old days. Next thing you know, shoom, boom. And yeah, man, it's just like, that's how, like I said, that's how I knew we are God's chosen people. I was protected that day. Okay, now I'm really confused. It says here that you were at the King David Hotel in 1946 somehow and survived the bombing there also? Oh, yeah, I remember surviving that King David Hotel bombing like it was yesterday. So me and the missus got into a little lovers quarrel, right? So I hit up my side piece to meet me at the hotel to give me that mitzvah special. You know what I'm talking about, right? But God sent me a message. He said, Jewish men don't cheat. Go back to her. So that's what I did. And God rewarded me for going back to my wife and staying faithful. So I missed the bombing by just this much. Okay, now this has to be a mistake. The USS Liberty, you were on the USS Liberty. Oh yeah, snorkeling. Yeah, we'll go with snorkeling. I was snorkeling. Yeah, guys, go ahead and cut it. I'm starting to think this guy might be full of shit. There's no way. Yeah, go ahead. Cut that. Cut all that. Hey, man, y'all don't want to hear about how I survived the meteor, the asteroid that destroyed the dinosaurs? So me and Moses, right? We were riding on the back of a triceratops, dog.
There we go. It is Talking Back with Matt today on our Hollywood, we call it the holiday, merry, very merry, Shabbat Shalom, Christmas special today. We've had conversations with a bunch of co-hosts have come in. We had Jay Scott in here. We had Craig Pasta Jardula. We just got finished with Kelley Lane. We've been talking about all of the scandals, the cover-ups, the things they don't let us see, the Epstein list. Was it released? Was it not released? We're looking at the two-party capture in a lot of different ways right now, certainly in the warmongering situation, pushing war for Venezuela on behalf of Israel. Is that really what's happened here? Yeah, it looks like that might actually be a thing. Aside from that, just all of the drama going on with the TPUSA, the Candace versus Erica, all of the, I guess you would say, wardrobe malfunctions or verbal malfunctions happening at every step of the way, as people like Ben Shapiro are seemingly running out of gas with whatever talking points he's able to keep with the Christian Zionist Judeo-Christian voice, which seems to be getting smaller and smaller in that arena. But there's a lot of other stuff happening as well. But we want to hear from you guys, since this is our, I would say our last time doing this year. But we will be back with one more thing. I'm going to throw a question out to you guys before we take your comments right now, and see if you want to answer this in real time. The question is this: as we prepare for top censored news of the year, what stories do you want to make sure we don't leave out? I'm sure we've gone through them. We haven't come up with the final list yet. We're going to be doing this special next Tuesday. I think at the same time we do the shows on Tuesday. We're taking Christmas off, obviously, and then it's New Year's. But I'll put this question up for you guys. Which stories from 2025 should make the top 10, make it on the countdown? We're going to be doing this countdown, top censored news of the year. So we want to hear from you on that one. In the meantime, let's get to some of your guys's engagements here, and we'll talk back with you. Let's see. And I'm doing this on my own. Obviously, we don't have Leslie with us today, but she's been helping us out in the chat. So thank you to Leslie, and of course our other mod. We have Bonzo Beans helping us out in the chat as well. So appreciate both you guys doing your thing. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. We'll go to back in the early part of the show. Let's see what we have here. This is okay. This is in regard to the Epstein drop, where Trump's name has now been seen. So this is from Ad Astra. Thank you for the comment here. In 2016, a woman went to court and stated that Trump and Epstein had raped her in the 90s. Today, we learn from the limousine driver that there was another rape victim who was found dead. This has been timestamped. This is not rumors. This is not just he said, she said. We're gonna show you the proof later. We have the proof now. We have the timestamp now. There's going to have to be accountability for this. We showed you guys James Lee's breakdown of this. There's a lot of people chiming in on Twitter on this today, all day today, because this just kind of started doing the round. So appreciate you educating our audience on this. If you guys missed it, we did cover it earlier, but thank you for letting us know about this. And it's going to be interesting to see how does the Trump administration respond to this. What are they going to say back to this? And by the way, why we need to keep asking this question: why the hell did Biden being in office for 4 years, did it ever occur to the Democrats that they might want to push the release of these files? Well, we know the answer to that one. We know the answer to that one because they're all guilty. That's why. But this one particularly, how is Trump going to respond to this? Looking forward to seeing it. He's going to probably do another stuttering, maneuvering, sidestepping, distraction, whatever, tangent. He's going to go on a long tangent. I'll tell you that. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Oh, Ed Rams, thanks for coming in on Rumble. Merry Christmas, y'all. Listen from work. As you can see, I am a Rams fan. I think this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Yes, Leslie, his friend, showed him how to do that. Yeah, the stupidest thing ever. Watching this very young Rams player having to go through this, and we covered this on the Real Fake News because of all these hate speech laws that are being implemented. They're doing this top-down, basically punishment, and so we're seeing that punishment in real time, and it's very, very concerning that you have a player that apparently did something anti-Semitic on a podcast, but yet they can't even tell us what the thing is. We had to go investigate ourselves and find out from an off-the-grid source what he actually did, because they're not even telling us, and that's the game they play. And so Puka Naka, his having to apologize for something that the audience, the football audience, didn't even get to see the thing. And that should be a red flag on its own, that you guys are going to tell your sports audience, you're going to tell them to their face that a player that's on their team did something horrible, but we forgive him because he apologized and he's going to do better next time. You won't even tell us what he did. Turns out it was a little dance. And yes, his friends on the podcast who happen to be Jewish instructed him how to do it. Just a little dance that you do after a touchdown. Obviously, he didn't end up doing the dance because people saw the podcast, and you guys know what happened after that. They made an example of him. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know I was anti-Semitic until you educated me on my anti-Semitism. Now I'm fully understanding that I hate Jews, and I'm sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut next time because, yeah, you kind of have to keep your hate to yourself. So now that he knows he's a hateful person, he won't be doing it out loud anymore. Okay. Let's see what else got here. Oh yeah, Opossum King, thanks for tuning in. Washing hands gesture is antiseptic, and the antiseptic, that's another that's a little code for we know what that is. So thank you for that. We'll see what else here. Yeah, I will have to just let you just kind of shout this one out. Bianca, thank you for tuning in. That's so effing stupid. F these pearl clutching Zionist liberals, and they're neocon liberals. They're all Zionists. They're all a-holes. But yeah, what are you gonna do? Okay. Wish to go. Sam, thanks for tuning in here on cluing us in. We didn't know this, that there's still 5 Palestine action protesters on hunger strike. Still 7 weeks. Wow. Now that is phenomenal. that 5 are still doing this. We remember you told us about this. It was over 7 weeks ago. That's pretty impressive. And we don't see any coverage on that at all. That's really, really sad. But a hunger strike, you guys know that's a massive commitment to a cause. And 7 weeks in, that's got to be incredibly difficult for them. So thanks for letting us know. And we support that strike. Obviously, we support these wrongful arrests and these wrongful. We should just call them hostages at this point. Why would you even call them prisoners? You're held because of free speech. You're held because of the right to protest. Yeah, they're hostages of the UK government at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for that. And this is good. Thank you for putting this in. We actually skipped over this part because there was so much to the story. But Julia Collins, thank you. Say, Kurt, that's Kirk. Charlie Kirk said when he was alive, he said Nicki Minaj isn't a good role model for girls. So why would the GOP, if a celebrity publicly supports a felon who was found liable for sexual abuse, they instantly become a great role model? Like, so it's all backwards. And like, I would just say this, the celebrity supporting a felon, that, look, we'll just let that part go. But we know the judicial system's captured, and that was part of creating the character of Trump, that you had to take. It was actually, just so you know, Julia, it was 37 felonies that they created. They fabricated out of one misdemeanor. They amplified one misdemeanor. They turned it into 37 felonies. The sexual abuse wasn't as cut and dry as you might have been told if you saw this reported. But look, regardless of that part, the point is the packaging. That's the point. And that's the thing I think you're tapping into here. And I'm going to highlight, it's all packaging. You can repackage any product and create the thing for that audience. And you can rebrand at any time. So you can rebrand Trump anytime you want. You can rebrand Nicki Minaj anytime you want. And it doesn't make a damn difference if the guy that you're celebrating his life, the guy who said out of principle, I don't think Nicki Minaj is a good role model. You're saying the hell with that. We don't care. We're gonna leverage this character that we're in charge of. We're going to take her because she's in debt and she needs our money, and we're going to put her on that stage, and we're going to create the story, and we can do whatever the hell we want, even if it contradicts the thing that we just saw out of the same thing that we're trying to represent. So that's the game. But it's all theater. Don't trust any of it, and don't trust the judicial system either, even if it's against somebody you don't like. We also have to be suspicious of that as well. So just throwing that out there, Julia. Thanks for the comment there. Let's see what else. Yeah, we do appreciate Due Dissidents rating our stream. We really like that a lot. The DD ship has docked. I like that because we were covering the ships at the time, the Venezuelan ships. Yeah, somebody came up with, this is what I needed. I needed this one. Thank you, Funds. Dissenters. That's what they are. Dissenters. I couldn't get it right. So thank you. That's what we're calling them now. So from now on, when Due Dissidents comes in our stream, we call them dissenters. We like that. That's good. And Trump, the pirate leader. That's correct. Arg, he should put an eye patch on. Leslie, is it really about the drugs? Oh yeah, it's all about the drugs. It's all about the fentanyl. It's all about the fentanyl. That's what it is. Oil is not a drug. But it kind of has that addictive element, right? The oil. Like, I need some more oil. I don't have enough. I need more. I need more. I need more. Yeah. It's all about China. Re-oil. Thank you for that, Blackjack. Bingo. It's actually more than the oil. It's actually on behest of Israel too. So there's a lot of reasons why we're doing this in Venezuela. A lot of reasons. See, we got a lot more here. I'll try to go through here. Yes, Vietnam 2.0. Thank you, Nylam. Appreciate it. And yes, Blackjack, the collective West is dying and it is desperate. Absolutely. Maria Coronavirus Machado is Maria the Joker. Absolutely. Great. Thank you, Spirit Walker. Appreciate it. And Citizen, we do appreciate all the super chats you did. We read them earlier, but I'll throw the first one up just so people can see that you were saying Merry Christmas to us. And we did play the RT clip of me. I did go on RT yesterday, and we talked Venezuela. It was a 20-minute panel. It was pretty damn cool. I put the highlights on my Twitter, so you guys can go check that out. It's a 5-minute. We played a little clip on it here earlier, but if you guys want to go to my Twitter, you can see kind of like the 3-4 best moments I had in it. I did a little edit, and you guys know you can follow me right here, right? The Homeless Left, Matt Weinglass on X. Go there. You can certainly check out that that RT segment. I was very happy with it, and Craig Pasta gave me some good thumbs up on it. And hopefully, they'll let me on again, and we can have these discussions. They let me talk about Israel. We get to talk about Israel. We get to talk about other duplicitous stuff going on and connecting the dots, because RT has a very global audience, and so they're listening and they want to know the perspective here. And so I'm very honored to be able to have that opportunity with them to come on and represent, whether it's for a 3-minute, and I've done 3 minutes with them, or this was the longest one I've done. It was a 20-minute segment that I did on the panel. So that was pretty damn awesome. But yeah, and then the rest of this one, Citizen, I just want to, so you got the rest of it, that Garland on Moats. We haven't seen it yet. I'm going to check it out, but we did do a Garland conversation yesterday as well. So go to Garland Nixon's. If you guys haven't followed him, he does great conversations. I'm very humbled to be able to be a regular contributor to Garland as well. And we did a really cool conversation yesterday. So go check out Garland Nixon. You can see me on there representing you guys, representing the homeless left and all that stuff. So thank you, Citizen, for all that. And let's see. We'll do a few more here. I do want to get to our last story soon, because we always run over, guys. We always run over. Of course we do. Actually, we get a late start too, so that doesn't freaking help when we start late. But we promise New Year's resolution, everyone. New Year's resolution for the homeless left. We will try to be on time when we start our show. I know not everyone is. Actually, I don't think many people are on time at all. We want to stick out, though. We want you guys to notice that we are punctual, that we care about our show. We care about production. We care about entertainment elements to keep you guys engaged and entertained, also informed. So all those things are important when you're doing a production. We're not just sitting here blabbing to you and coming on whenever we feel like it. We do have a schedule we try to maintain. So that is my New Year's resolution. We will try to do better, starting right at 12 Pacific, maybe a couple minutes, but we should never be more than 5 minutes late. I'm going to make that's it. That's my resolution. No more than 5 minutes late from here on out. But we will try to start at the top of the hour, not 20 minutes late. That's not cool. That's not cool. We got a lot of show to do. And here's another one from Citizen. Matt is Shabbat Shaloming a lot, doing his best impersonation of Erica. And that's the thing. That's what we're doing. We're saying holiday show, Shabbat Shalom. It doesn't really make any sense, but we're doing it because that's what Erica's doing. She's not making really much sense at all every time she opens her mouth. It's actually pretty hilarious at this point. Yes, hands off Venezuela now. Thank you, Kiwi Corner. Appreciate that. And yes, you blew the story early, but we got it in time. Tucker Carlson wins Anti-Semite of the Year. Do we have the slide of that? Yes, we do. Tucker Carlson officially gets Anti-Semite of the Year, beating out Miss Rachel narrowly. I'm sorry, Miss Rachel, it wasn't your time. You did a great job standing up for the kids in Gaza, standing up for kids around the world, really, which what you said, I don't want kids to starve. You should have gotten it. But man, Tucker came in with that last minute that last minute performance at the AmFest, and he hit it out of the park, and they had to give it to him. He's now their biggest threat to their Israel's agenda, the Greater Israel Project, all that stuff. So good job. And you know what? Congratulations to the runners up too. They all did a great job. Jank and Anna on there, Stu Peters, all these guys. But Miss Rachel, yeah, she really we thought she had it. But yeah, congrats to Tucker. For sure. Where else? Oh yeah, I like this. Beanie Shapiro. Very cool. Hey Airways, thanks for tuning in. We will do a few more of these. Oh, speaking of history lessons, Marie Lauer, the history of Germany speaks for itself. But we want to even ask more questions than what they tell us. We want to ask more. We want to talk. You know what I want to talk about with when we say German history, what was going on with the privatizing of the banking system pre-World War II? What was that? What was the idea that the private banks would buy up, take all the capital and start to basically hoard everything and be the people that people borrowed from, and then you would go massively in debt to these private entities. These weren't state entities; they were private entities. They happen to be Jewish. I don't know that even matters. Who cares what they were? But they did this, and I do believe that Germany was the last European nation that did not want to do this. Said, "Hey, we don't want to come into this system. We want more of a socialist system where we keep our money away from the private entities." And what that would do is allow the workers to have more of a relationship with their government and not have to go through this insanely ridiculous system that we have here, guys. You know this Federal Reserve, it's a complete scam, and we've lived in this our whole lives. Why don't they teach us that? I just want to know why they don't teach us that, because that was the reason that Hitler got into power. By the way, was that he promised an economy for the people, and he fought those bankers. He fought those bankers to get into that position of power. Everything after that, I don't know. That kind of, I won't go there. What happened next? But why don't we ever hear the pre-story to that? Why don't we ever hear that? And so the history books don't speak for itself. We don't learn that. So just going to throw that out to you, that there is always more to the story than what they taught us in school. Always more. And we know that now. That's our biggest lesson we've learned. Yep, this is true. For people forget about East Palestine. In America, America was poisoned. The railroad still profited. All that happened. And I think Netflix had a movie ready to go on that disaster almost immediately. It was very weird, but they certainly seem to be ready to whip a movie out right away. And that's never a good sign. Okay, here, let's see. We'll do a few more, and then I got to get to the last segment, guys. Pulling the strings. I love it. Just because Charlie's initials is CK doesn't mean he's Clark Kent. No, it certainly doesn't mean he's Clark Kent. I don't know who Superman is in this analogy. I guess the Superman. That's right. The coroner, the official report says that he was built like Superman. So maybe that's what they are suggesting. Maybe they're suggesting he is Clark Kent, and that would have been. That's the only way to explain the autopsy report. That his Superman body stopped the bullet from going through him and killing people behind him. That's in the actual report. And if you guys don't know that, this is not some weird thing somebody said off on some fringe area. This is what's in the actual report. Go look at it. It's pretty remarkable that this is the thing that FBI is telling us to believe. It's more insane than the magic bullet theory of JFK in 1963. Way more insane. Although that's really insane too. It's all insane. It's all insane. That's the official story. Yes. Check on Charlie. Thank you for this. The whole Toilet Paper USA is obviously one huge clown grift, and that's why the Freudian slip of grift came out, and that's good. Thank you so much for that. And I think Toilet Paper USA, I first heard Kit Cabello say that over on Harlan's Media, so I always give him a shout out for TPUSA, Toilet Paper USA. Okay, let's see if anybody responded to the question I posed earlier, which is this: which stories from 2025 should make top censored news of the year list? We've been going through them. We're gonna have a great list for you guys. We're gonna air live next Tuesday, the last show, or anything we're gonna do to end up the year. So we might as well do a countdown, top 10 top censored news of 2025. What did you guys think? Just to make sure we don't we don't miss anything. I'm gonna go to see what. Let's see. Anybody said. Boom, 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 boom. You guys know we're gonna cover it well. You guys know that. But if you guys get any ideas, throw it in there. Maybe we might have missed something, but we're gonna have a good list for you. We're certainly gonna have a good list for you. Okay. I see some other activity on here. Let's just do a couple more, and then we gotta move on here. Okay. Chris Green, from the toilet by the river to the sewer by the sea, genocidal Greater Israel shall not be. Hey man, love that. I think I got the cadence that you're suggesting in the lyrics. I think I nailed that. That's great. I love this one. Good man. Good call. That's going to be comment of the day. As far as I'm concerned. Okay. We'll do one more and we'll get on to our final segment here, guys. All right. We'll end with this. This is cool. Donald Duck's mom, happy Festivus for the rest of us. That's right. Festivus for the rest of us. I believe that's a Seinfeld reference. Still a good show, even though Jerry Seinfeld is a complete psychopath Zionist. He still did a good show, so we can separate the two. We can. And thanks everyone for participating today in our season finale, our very merry Shabbat Shalom Christmas special and Christmas show. It's not a special; it's an actual show. And that'll be it for now. We'll be right back. We'll be right back with our final segment of the year. You don't want to miss it. It's the loudest voice of the week. We'll see you back in a couple minutes. Here's a little Jeffrey Epstein AI to keep you guys entertained, or go hit the bathroom, go, grab a drink. Right back here. Be ready, guys, because you're not going to want to miss this one. Loudest voice of the week coming right up. Here's AI Epstein for you guys. It's the loudest voice of the week. Today, we're looking at the one and only Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle had a new Netflix special come out, and we had to watch it. It's about an hour and 15 minutes. Skeptical on Netflix generally, of course. We know that Chappelle has had an ongoing contract with them since his big return somewhere around 2017, 2018. He came back, signed this big deal with Netflix. So I don't know if he has this obligation, or we don't know the backstory on that. It's other than he does have a relationship. We don't know the details of that relationship, but what do you know? Time for another special. And the reason this one is important is because he had made news recently with his trip to Saudi Arabia. We had a lot of people, and we know who, the people that were, I'm so angry that Dave Chappelle would go to Saudi Arabia and do a show for people there. How dare you? Saudi Arabia, they killed a journalist. They killed a journalist. As we know, Dave Chappelle's been anti-genocide. He's been for Palestine. We know that he's had these moments, as comedians should do, when they have these moments and they have large audiences like Dave Chappelle has, a very large audience, getting on Saturday Night Live and doing a Free Palestine, connecting the dots between the devastation here. He mentioned the LA fires. He circled it back to Gaza and this destruction and just this rubble that is created, and that we need to acknowledge the pain and suffering brought on by two innocent people, by people who aren't so innocent. So this is the connector. This is Dave Chappelle's way. And we know more of his backstory now, that when he left Hollywood, there was a reason he left that we didn't understand at the time. He's explained it since. So in some senses, yes, he has this relationship with Netflix. In the other sense, he can act independently. He can make decisions for himself, and he can go on places like Saturday Night Live and say things they don't necessarily want him to say and still be okay and still not be canceled. So he's in a very, very unique category. And I would put him in the category as somebody like Mel Gibson as well, who the industry tried to cancel, tried to say, you're done. Don't ever watch this person again. Don't take him seriously. He's a horrible person. He lost his mind. He hates Jews, whatever it is, whatever the thing is. But it didn't work. So very small category. So anyways, what is sticking out about this special? Well, two particular moments are sticking out. I'm going to play the first one for you. It's kind of a setup to the second, but we're going to discuss it. And he only took 2 moments. We watched the whole thing. There's not really anything else in there except these 2 moments. So he's very, very particular and careful and exact about what he's doing. He certainly has this thing worked out in advance. He doesn't ad lib. He knows exactly what he's doing. This is the first moment we wanted you guys to see, because in this one, he calls out a friend of his, used to be friends, a comedian known as Bill Maher. And as you guys know, Bill Maher has become and shown his face as one of the biggest Zionists in Hollywood. And he's a self-described atheist, but atheists can make very, very, very disgusting Zionists, because for some reason they hate religion, but nothing's as bad as Islam and Muslim. That's the worst. That's the worst. So he'll tolerate Christianity. He's got some weird loyalty to Israel, but he will tell you, however bad you think it is in these religions, there's nothing worse than those horrible Muslim Islam people that want to destroy America. Well, Dave Chappelle calls him out by name. Here we go. Is his constant need to defend all of our military actions, specifically in the Middle East, and excuse everything. That's what Bill Maher does. That's what he does. And this is what Dave Chappelle is referring to. And what he's going to go on to talk about is Bill Maher was one of the biggest voices against Dave Chappelle. How dare he go to Saudi Arabia? How dare he perform for people over there? They don't deserve what they were referring to. This one journalist that was beheaded, and it was awful. One journalist got murdered, and we didn't shun them, the leadership of Saudi Arabia. Biden and Trump have both been buddy with them. That's how it works. Both parties. It's not a unique Trump thing. It's not a unique Biden thing. Both of them have been total buddy with Saudi Arabia, knowing that what they did to A1 journalist. But here's where Dave Chappelle goes in for the kill. Here we go. I didn't know you all was still counting. Well timed, well delivered, very good. And again, having an ability to do this on such a large stage. Netflix is a large stage, but his following is massively so large. So people who don't even necessarily watch Netflix will see this. And that's because of social media. You don't have to have Netflix to see this, that he did this. And he's saying 240 journalists, and we don't do anything about it. And you want to make some big thing about one journalist. And he said him by name. So it's very good. It's very well thought out, well timed. And mentioning Bill Maher is a great move, because Bill Maher also has a very large audience. And if he's calling him out by name and saying he used to be a friend, I've known him for many years, but F him for behaving this way. Now more people are going to be paying attention to Bill Maher. And I don't think Dave minds drawing some more audience over to his HBO show. That's fine. That's fine. Guess what's going to happen? Those people that don't know what Bill Maher's up to, they're going to find out. And Bill Maher's going to have more people calling his ass out for his Islamophobia and his Zionism, it's absolutely disgusting that Bill Maher cannot acknowledge what we are doing in Gaza, what we're doing in Palestine, what Israel is doing around the globe. And on our dime, he won't acknowledge it. Dave's calling out. So good for him for doing this. Now, look, real quick about the Saudi Arabia thing. There's also some commotion about, Dave saying that and he said it in the special. You guys can watch it. There was a moment where he talked about that there's more freedom in Saudi Arabia than there is here. And what he was referring to was the fact that he can, for him as an American, that would be true, because you can go to Saudi Arabia and you can make fun of things here and get away with it, because people will laugh, and you don't have to feel like you're going to be canceled. But you get canceled here, obviously. But the problem with that idea is that, also in Saudi Arabia, they're protective of their government and their structure. You're not. So he had to sign a thing saying he won't make fun of anyone there, which he had to do. So he left that part out, but that's okay, because he didn't go over there to make fun of Saudi Arabia. He went over there to talk about his experience and the stuff he's been through and stuff that he says on a stage here. And we saw him make jokes about trans a few years ago. He almost lost his entire career again for a second time. He almost lost his career. And that was here. So the freedom of speech, the freedom of entertainment, not so protected in either parts of these of the hemisphere here. But he can go to Saudi Arabia and say the things he's saying. I feel more comfortable there than here. So what does that mean for the Netflix special? What does that mean? That means that this special was, in my opinion, it was kind of watered down. The loudest voice is going to go to him, because I'm going to play you guys the thing he ended on, which is probably the best moment. It's a mic drop. It literally is a mic drop moment, and it needs to be seen. And I'm going to show that to you guys in a second. But I will say this, as I described earlier, Dave Chappelle is very calculated. He's very careful. And an hour and 15-minute special, he's not getting into things that he should have been getting into. He kind of dismissed Charlie Kirk a little bit. He did that. Why? I don't think he's looked into it. I think he's trying to make some rule like, hey, you have every right to ask questions, which is good. He's saying this. Obviously, you got to say this. Ask questions, but don't say anything conclusive until you know 100%, because that's not cool. So he was kind of talking at people that were coming up with ideas about what they think the information that wasn't being told to us. So he was kind of punching down in those parts, kind of. But I don't think he fully understands the Charlie Kirk situation. I don't think he's looked into it. I think Dave Chappelle needs some time. That's the thing about Dave Chappelle. He needs time. And, I'm not saying this in a bad way. I think that the things he's been through, he needs time to figure out how to articulate. And, people like Caitlin Johnstone are going to say, well, that's not courageous. You got to be able to say the thing now. If you wait, then you're on the right side of history, but you were late. And that's a problem. And there's a lot of people that agree with that. I agree with that too. But in the sense of, Dave Chappelle particularly, he has a track record of getting there. He has that track record. When he came back from his hiatus, he left. You remember he left in 2004. He didn't come back until 2016, 17, 18. It was a long time, and he had nothing to say until it was time to talk about it. He did talk about it. He told us what happened, and it was an incredibly insane story. And other people have vouched for that story as well. So I think that there is a history there of him getting to the goal. I hope he looks at Charlie Kirk again. Go watch, if you guys have Netflix, go watch it. If you guys have an hour to kill, go watch it. But you'll notice he doesn't know what's really happening. He was making fun of the comparisons between Charlie Kirk and Martin Luther King, not fully understanding that the comparison wasn't the fact that it was a literal representation of a civil rights leader. That's not the comparison. The comparison is it's a guy with a following that the government is keeping their eye on because that following is very impressive. They're impressionable of this person, so they keep an eye on them. What Martin Luther King had happen is he started to change his mind about American imperialism, about our military-industrial complex. And they didn't want him to do that. They wanted him to stay in his lane, which was civil rights. So Dave Chappelle misses that comparison. And I get it because he hasn't looked at it yet. So I hope he does look at it. I kind of cringed when he was mocking that part of it because that's not the point. You say Charlie Kirk is Martin Luther King in the sense that they tried to keep him in his lane, but he said, wait, no, I have more questions. And then he predicted his own death, which is what Martin Luther King did as well. That's a comparison. Chappelle will get there. He'll get there. It's all good. It's all good. We're rooting for you. But make no mistake, he used this opportunity. He's very particular, very precise. And man, what a way to go out. What a way to punch it at the end. We call these things mic drop moments, and there's a reason, because he's going to show you why it's called a mic drop moment, figuratively and literally. Take it away, Dave Chappelle, ending that Netflix special. Your loudest voice of the week. Here we go. Mic drop moment. Mic drop, baby. Mic drop. Genius to do that. Genius. This is going around everywhere. And what do you say back to that? How do you respond to that if you're somebody trying to defend Israel, defend that mechanism of control and keeping people in their lane? And when you see people say things, you're like, that doesn't sound right. That's a real thing. That's what he's talking about there. So if you see something, you hear me say something that doesn't sound right, this is the code word. Genius. Absolutely genius. This is being shared right now. Again, you don't have to be a subscriber to Netflix to see this. He's counting on that, and it's happening. And you can't, once it goes viral, you can't do anything about it. And that's why it wasn't even a question when I first saw this. There's no way we're not giving Dave Chappelle this week's and the final one of 2025. Dave Chappelle is getting the loudest voice of the week. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up now. Thank you so much for all your engagement, staying with us. Almost got to the we're basically at the 5-hour mark, and we started late. So here we are. Appreciate you guys all. One more super chat from Citizen. Oh, this is very nice about Leslie. We absolutely cherish both the expertise and female perspective you bring to the podcast. How nice of that. How nice of you, Citizen, to say that. And that's true. I get so much great feedback about Leslie, and she's like the most humble person I know. So we can say these things, these compliments to her, and she'll be she's very humbled by that. So I know she appreciates it. So but yeah, it's very unique to have that in this space. So we're very fortunate, and I'm grateful for Leslie as well. And we know she's been dealing with we still have her father. He's been recovering on, I guess if you guys go to the comments, you can see some of the Leslie's been talking about it in the comments. But we are at holiday time, so we are trying to be good spirited. It's keep a good vibe in the air. We're sending good vibes to everyone out there right now that's dealing with anything that is remotely difficult, challenging right now, whether it's within the family, within your own lives, personally, whatever you're going through. We're sending our positive vibes to you. to get through this time and take advantage of this time if possible. If possible, take advantage of this time right now to connect with people that maybe you haven't been able to for a long time. Time goes fast. We lose months, we lose years, but moments like these, let's take advantage of them, because we don't know how much time we have. We don't know what is the thing that's going to come for us, right? We don't know the thing that we stand for, the hill that we die on, as they say. We don't know when that will happen, but we stand for things that we believe in, right? We stand for principles that are in us for whatever reason, whether it's through religion or through just our own moral compass that we have created for ourselves. We stand by those values. And when you do that, there are consequences sometimes. And they could be physical, they could be mental, they could be financial, they could, economical. They can be very personal. They can be, there's a lot of different consequences that you can see. You can see them formulate, and we won't back down when we see those consequences. We will plow through them as best we can and continue to stand on principle. That's what we have to do, and that's what 2025 has been for us. And I hope everyone takes time to reflect on their 2025. We have a little bit more time left, and we'll see you guys on the top censored news of the year next week. But through these last week or so of the year, let's just reflect on where we've been through this year and what we expect moving forward, because 2026 is going to be more. If you thought this year was insane, next year is going to be even more insane, and I think it's going to go even faster. So we got to be ready to step up and come to the plate when we're needed, show up, and do our best to hit it out of the park. And that's what we're going to keep doing. So thank you guys all for all your support. Thank you today to all of our co-hosts, Jay Scott, Craig Pasa Jardula, and Kelley Lane. Also to our mods, Leslie helping us out, of course, and Bonzo Beans. You guys have been awesome. And I'll let you guys know. Go check us out on Garland Nixon show yesterday. Also RT, you guys can find the full interview. It's a very informative panel I was on. Go check that out on RT or on my Twitter. You can find it pinned at the top of my Twitter. And we'll see you guys next week on Tuesday for our final event for the Homeless Left, which will be top censored news of the year. We will have Jay, Scott, and Craig with us. We're hoping to get Kit Cabello to come in, and we're also hoping to get Nico House as well. So we're going to see who's going to stop by and just say, even if they come in for a segment, because we're going to do the top 10 going out with a bang, guys, 2025. Okay, that should do it. We'll leave you with this. What do we got here? Oh, it's holidays. Of course, it's the holidays. And I'll put this on one more time to let you guys know to have a very, very merry Shabbat Shalom, Merry Christmas indeed. And this final message came out from RT. I got to give them a thumbs up on this one. They did a great job. It's a holiday message where they're letting the people in Europe know what all the suffering is about during Christmas time. And spoiler alert, they're going to tell you it's all about Putin. It's all because of Putin. And that's the message from the top down. And RT does a great job with this little Christmas bit. And so that's it, guys. I'm Matt Weinglass, Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news, power to the people, and free Palestine. We'll see you guys next week.
It's all because of Putin, see. Power bills too high to pay. It's all because of Putin, hate. Feast of meal price feels like a scam. It's all because of Putin down. Your taxes fund the war instead. It's all because what Putin said. Bureaucrats are on your back. It's all because of Putin whack. Santa robbed your kids this year. It's all because of Putin, dear. No new hope for year ahead. It's all because